Woo!
Welcome,
Team Six.
whoever's watching the stream. Shout outs. I was told by Friday's group yesterday that I called them out apparently on the shout outs, so I'm just going to call them out again because it's funny. Shout outs if you want to do them. It's fine either way. If you're watching, thanks so much. Going to session 2 with group 6 here. Um, and we're going to be starting off at the Frosty Ale Tavern after the events of the first session aboard the Striker went to disaster. They were just absolutely insane. And a lot of different things that had happened with the Wrecker, getting attacked by a Kraken with a black cloud with this purple pink cackling lightning dancing around outside, and then emerging from it was this dragon of massive and immense size, crashing into the Wrecker eventually. Captain Keelik Young, along with the quartermaster and most of the crew, actually stayed behind to sail the ship in the direction of south, get it corrected, and use the ship as bait primarily, so that you all could board the tenders, the sailboat, life raft, like ships, and get into the Frosthorn Bay, into the bergs, and into the flows for safety, along with the rest of the passengers. You did so successfully. You got into the bay. You climbed the stairs that they had kind of designed along the sharp ice and rock cliff faces, and you came into a small mining village called Harak. Upon coming in to the actual village, you found kind of a hodgepodge of these different stone circular hovels with straw thatching and chimneys spitting a lot of smoke. So there's just this density of just smoke everywhere, given the fact that it is cold, very cold, and lots of snow. Um, and the blacksmith working at the market and a few traders that were there gave signs that there isn't necessarily a lot of other things besides this mine, as you're repairing and making mining equipment and different reinforcements for wagon wheels. The Frosty Ale Tavern that is here is a single-story structure. Seems to be the only tavern in the village. You've gotten here. You met Barlow Crick, the actual tavern keeper, and seems to be quite cheery and excited, especially with the beverage of the Barlow Special. Hoping that you all enjoy it. And you all have now kind of gotten food, drinks, starting to have conversations about what to do next. That's where we ended the last session. Is kind of where do we go from here, based on the information of this massive shark-like creature hopping aboard, stating some different facets that were quite curious to you all, as well as just the insanity that happened. So I'm gonna go ahead and unpause it. Let you all start. Cue some different musics and things, setting the environment. So, Regmore, you're currently with Barlow Grick.
Yes, I have a couple of questions to ask him.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and start with that. As you're kind of in the kitchen, you've kind of made your way there. Barlow's just kind of kneading dough, looks like to bake some bread. The kitchen is quite small in its size, but it does actually have a metallic oven, a fireplace in there as well, with kind of some hanging of with, potentially cauldrons or pots for stews and whatnot. It uses the hearth for spit to actually hang food and roast it. You don't see any cellar door out here, but you suspect Isparl has been going in and out of the door to your left that leads to kind of an outdoor area, and the cellar door, you hear the hinges moving of that, as well as bringing in fresh wood. So just kind of, Barlow's just going away, kneading bread.
Oi, Barlow.
Ah,
I have a couple of questions to ask about the town since we are, just arriving. Is you said the Black Rock Mining is who's in charge of the mine?
Harak Mining Company. Village is named after it.
And with the climate and everything, I don't see farms. Where I see you have vegetables and
Ah,
different seasonings. Where about are those coming from?
Well, they come from the Gorn, primarily. 2 shipments. Generally, there's things that are sent from Othema to here. They go through the Frostwind Valley and then through the pass, but I've gotten well stocked, ready for the winter. We won't be seeing any shipments for several months. So currently, I'm well stocked. Cellar is full.
Oh, and you said winter. The pass closes in 2.5, 3 weeks, give or take.
Yes, I mean passes to wagons and traders and caravans. There's not many though of those people willing to just decide to go crest over the pass. I mean, it reaches nearly 5,000 feet in blizzarding and hailing conditions. I mean, that's bad way to go.
So, what would be the closest town outside if we traveled out through the pass?
Ah, well, if you went through the pass and managed to get through the valley following the signage that they have posted up, make your way to Othema. It's a city. It's the first destination, first stop. It's a holy city as far as I was told when I used to live in Thulnir and father would come back. It's apparently a precious thing that those that worship Palor, it exists there. I have never been to Othema. Only to Thulnir and here. Not very well traveled.
So, and you said there's no trading caravans or carts coming out from or leaving here to Atheba or coming in now that the winter's coming.
Most of the traders and things that are here, they're making their way out now. That's why the Rock Mining Company has 2 more caravans they're sending, and should be one happen anytime soon.
Would you know who would be a good person to go talk to? Would it be possible to get on with one of these caravans to take it out through the pass?
Yeah, I mean, if you were looking to hook up with one of the Rock Mining Company caravans, I'm sure that Pelu Riza would gladly hire you on, maybe his hands, to help out. I know that some of the caravans have been attacked, and seems as though they could use some extra hands.
What was the name again?
Pelu Riza. Face in chat. Retsa.
So, have you? So we were on a couple of ships out. Do you have? Has any word or anything came out from Elthian about what's going on with the city? Because we heard through our travel that there's a blockade.
Oh, well, I don't know too much about that. I mean, I'm sure some of the folk coming here, there's some hearsay talking about a blockade in Cedric Bay. As far as the Lathan is concerned, I'm sure that they're suffering from that. The largest port city in the continent, as far as I know.
So out in Otheba, are any guilds or anyone in charge? Do they have, a good supply of spices and vegetables and supplies to pick up?
I know that Baltumo's in there. They're a bakery guild down in Merlandar. Quite good. But as far as governance goes, Lord Down for Lord, most of the paladins preside over the city.
Well, I don't know how long myself or the group I came in with plans on staying here, but I'm more than happy to help out in the kitchen.
All right. Well, that's great. I really appreciate it. If you're here to help, I'm more than willing to compensate your food and I got rooms down below as well. I can compensate for those. If y'all want rooms, I got plenty down there.
So what's on the menu tonight?
Well, I was gonna cook up a goat, throw up some different carrots and potatoes into a pot, come up. Thought that would be good.
So, good stew.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it's still turned into a stew. I honestly just cook on a whim. I don't really think about it. I just do it. So, we're not there yet. I got to make the bread. Still early in the day. Oh.
All right. Well, thank you much for the hospitality here, and I'll assist as much as I can.
All right. Well, yep. You need to run back to your friends over there and talk to them. No problem. I got this covered in here.
All right.
So the conversation, if you're having it here, you other are around that table. There are some of the actual passengers that begin to kind of funnel in, sitting down upon the table. In the same, Cook Mimi actually makes way to the counter. Rigmore, as you pass by, Cook Mimi's kind of looking backwards and you see Barlow kind of coming out. They begin to have a conversation amongst themselves. It seems as though Mimi wants to make themselves useful as well, and seems to have wants to help out. So Barlow's, oh, you can finish the bread back there. He sees now Cook Mimi kind of passes by and goes into the kitchen to help out. Barlow's cheery, happy about it. Doesn't seem, just happy to have more people hired, hands to help and things like that. So.
Hey there, Rigmore. What the big man say?
Well, we have room and board for as long as we desire to come to stay, though the last bit of caravans and out of the town traveling through the pass are about to depart, and we have about 2.5, maybe 3 weeks before all the no more caravans are going to be traveling through the pass due to the weather will be quite dangerous. Othabe? Was it? Otabe? What was the name?
Are you talking about the name of the city?
Correct.
So the city of Othema was mentioned, so that is there into chat, and then Alathan was mentioned as well. That was in the chat.
Late.
And as far as pronunciations go, I am horrible at pronunciations, as I actually learned to read a completely different way than phonetics. I can't use phonetics. So you're going to find that there's going to be things that don't actually make sense. And what I say is usually just pronounce them the way that you think they should, because that's probably correct.
Okay. Othemi is Barlow was talking to. That's the closest city outside the pass. If we make it through the pass in the valley, that's, I guess, our closest area. They have a couple of trading guilds.
Alright, then.
Pull up a map that I got from the captain of the ship
Oh,
and confer with Regmore and Ezekiel.
he suggested talking to Apollo Reza about if we wanted to hire ourselves out as protection to any kind of wagons, caravans out, because word is several of them have been being attacked traveling out, and not much. He didn't know any much other than some small rumors about what's going on with the blockade.
And where's this contact?
She's in charge of the Rook Mining Company. Or Hirak.
Seems like the person to talk to.
Guess we'll just find them headquarters or something around town. Ain't a big place. We're bound to run into it eventually.
I mean, I suppose they're in a mountain or something. They are a mining company.
Probably the mine, I imagine.
Yeah.
Or nearby. least.
So on the agenda, I guess we're talking to the person who runs the gem shop, and then we talk to this Palu person, and see if we could acquire a job and get out of this town as soon as possible.
All right, which one we don't want to do first? Personally, I'm kind of interested in how much we can get for these here shiny rocks we all seem to have. If we can get them appraised, extra cash in our pocket would definitely help out.
Would it sell that particular one you have? Maybe the other ones you showed off. That one I think you should keep on you.
Well, depending on how much you'll give us. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see.
I would suggest learning more about that shiny
Well, at
rock
very
you
least,
have
There's
before
bound
you
to be richer
decide to
clients
sell
out in this other here city we're going to. So yeah, you're right. Maybe get an idea of its value and then find somebody for a better price. I hear you. All this
I
haggling you
think
city folks do.
these rocks are probably magical in some way, so we're not going to get, as you were saying, we're not going to get any accurate price here, probably. And even if we did, they seem to have something much more important about them than their actual value. They seem to be more of a symbol of something. So while getting a ballpark of their value would be nice, I don't think we should sell them. And also, Ezekiel, where did you tell them we got off the ship again, so that way we can like avoid that area? Because if they're looking for us, they're probably looking for us there.
I just said the last port, so they'd have to know what that last port was.
Can I do like a history check to see where the last port we docked at was?
Can he
Well,
use the
no,
map?
my point is, unless they know our ship's manifest, why would they know where our last port was?
Right.
I mean, they
just-
did intercept us in the middle of the ocean, so they probably knew where we were going and where we came from. I mean, they didn't intercept us at port; they intercepted us on the way there. So,
Zell, go ahead and roll a flat intelligence check.
um,
13.
hey,
With your backstory and with your intelligence, you would know that this ship would have a manifest. There would be charters and things. Now, that is still upon the actual ship. That might concern you more at that present time of them getting that information and seeing that manifest and then being like, oh, this was their last port. If they went down that trail of trying to figure that out. Be that as it may, your last port was Balthus in the port city of Jalot, which is a separate continent.
okay, yeah. So we don't need to worry about them
Yes,
here for a while.
correct.
Arthuria is pretty much good.
You had just gotten to the continent of Arthuria in the Forgotten Sea, and you had made your way along to the coastline, as it were, using the currents. That was kind of what was spoken about, right, with the ships originally. So you, at this point, you feel safe if the the conversation from Ezekiel to the creature was successful in that way.
Okay, then yeah, I think we should probably go to the gem thing first, since I believe is closer. And honestly, I don't really care in what order we do it. But if we do the gems, do you mind if you let me negotiate? I do have a background as a merchant, and so I may be able to do some work there.
By all means, it's just the best price we can get. Like
I'm wondering, what do you used to sell?
Well, technically, I'm a merchant family, so I'm a bit young. I've only done like a couple of deals. Like I've only ever really tagged along, more interning than selling, but very big merchant family. So I will know like the general price of things, and some back alley like mining town in the middle of nowhere. They doesn't even have a proper weaponsmith like merchant. Probably, I should probably be able to see through them.
Oh yeah, Zell, you got it. You take it.
I like your confidence. Yeah, you'll take the lead.
Yeah.
Zell takes the lead.
It's gonna be
Zell is
routine.
nervous at how easily they let him take the
Also,
lead.
I was about to say, can I insight check him to see how like much bravado he's putting on and how like genuine he's being about how little or how much experience he has?
Yeah, go and roll insight.
Oh.
She was surprised that he's saying yes.
I think yeah. I mean, if you want to, it seems. I mean, you're going for like a vibe of bravado here, so I think that's
Yeah.
fine. If
Hold
you
on.
want to roll it, I can take your passive as well.
How do I get my character sheet up again?
You can double click your token. It's the fastest way to get your character sheet up. If not, you can go to three little persons tab and look into player characters folder and find your character sheet. You should also see there's a hotbar somewhere on your screen.
Quick warning, I don't think I ever actually wrote down how much experience he had in this, but I do. So
Hold on. It's not showing up. I'm just getting like an overview.
kind of improv that, but check actually.
Be on the attributes page. On the,
I think so.
So what exactly so what are you looking like as far as like do you have your character sheet open? Does it look like it's opened or does it seem like you opened something else?
I double clicked on my character. What pops up, it says hold key to interact with card. I don't know what that means.
Oh.
It's just a big picture of me.
Oh, I know. Okay. Close it out.
Okay.
Go into the top right. You should see 3 little people.
Uh-huh.
From there, click down on the folder. It says player characters, and you should see your character inside of that folder. And
Okay.
you should be able to click it, and then it should open your character sheet up. Now,
It's the same thing.
I'm wondering if can you click anything out when you have it open, or is there any sort of like X or cancel? Can you hit escape when you have it open? Did you close anything out?
Hold on.
If not,
There we
you
go.
can-
There we go. I got it.
Okay.
All right. So insight check.
Okay, all 13. That's pretty much where your passive is lying, anyways. So,
If with my ear for deceit, shouldn't that be higher?
as far as getting if you treat a roll of 7 or lower, the d20 is an 8, so that would be
Yeah.
bumped up to an 8. Yeah, you just call it whenever it happens, right?
Okay.
Because we didn't set up any sort of
Yeah.
effect for it, so just call it when it happens.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean it's higher. So, from what you're understanding from Zell, is that Zell does seem to have a background in trading. It seems as though that their education had a little bit of a different path, and so it seems as though that they come, they're telling the truth. They come from a family of traders, but there is potentially a level of inexperience, I would say, based on just some of the things that they have gone through in their life. They're relatively young, and that's just the nature of it.
Okay. That's what I figured. I just wanted to double check.
Well, there's at this point at the table, food, right? There's probably getting ate, drinks are getting drank. Barlow is just making way around to different tables. Some of the people are actually leaving at this point. Some of the mining folk, and as they leave, they're kind of heading up outside of the door, heading north up the road. As you're kind of looking at the door as it swings open, they're kind of hopping and moving down north, headed up towards the mine.
All right, let's hit it, y'all.
Yeah, let's start going places.
Joe, you got a song while we walk?
What
Walk
god
song.
song? Would you all be super annoyed if I actually start strumming my guitar?
No, not at all.
No, go for
Not
it.
at all.
All right, let me grab that.
Wait, is there something this way? No, it's not. Okay.
So that was in character, but yeah.
Yeah, no, he's actually grabbing the
Joe
guitar.
pulls out a chart. Joe
He's
pulls out a
actually
guitar.
grabbing a guitar.
I thought that was in character, but well, this is written way better.
I love it.
This is brilliant.
Go for it. I'll switch the map over and you can start playing.
I think we might be getting some problems with the mic picking up this.
Yeah, it's not really picking it up with the mic,
Oh,
Joe.
really?
So you look cool.
Yeah, your gate, your gate is, I think, really is good. I mean, we can't hear it all.
If you could figure out how to mic your guitar for next week's session, that'd be great.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'll
Get
I'll
on
set,
that.
set up another microphone.
There
Yeah,
you
there's
go.
a
Totally
mic
joking,
right on the
but yeah.
guitar. Like, yours is just like prepped to go as we're like in a fight or something.
I mean,
That
dude,
was an
like,
accident.
I've got
There you go.
20 mics around my apartment right now. I could set up a whole audio suite for you guys if you wanted.
Did somebody unarmed? Oh, okay. That's next.
It was an accident. He smacked Joe. No, we won't have you roll a performance check. Just giving the vibe out. So, as you head down the road, you head very close. I mean, this lapidary is literally right next door. I mean, many of the main structures seem to occupy the south east side of the actual village and the kind of the road leading out. This structure that you've now walked to, again, it's like a block or two away. Seeing there doesn't appear in this particular structure as a lot of smoke, suggesting that like as far as like the tavern is concerned, or maybe some of the hovels. And it's a two-story structure. It's a straw thatch structure, and the entire building appears to be roughly 16 feet. There's a 2-foot stone staircase and ascends to a matching door. A wooden signpost has a symbol of a rough-cut gem with the name Kolvas underneath. A couple of stone benches reside on either side of the staircase. And like all of the structures besides this manor that's on the northwest side of town, does not have windows. I'll go ahead and unpause it at this point.
Zal is just like running forward. He's super excited.
Can I do something with my familiar real quick?
Yeah, I mean,
I'm a bam my familiar and tell him to go to the roof. It's all telepathic. I'm gonna tell him to go to the roof, and if anyone tries to walk by, to pelt them with snowballs. If they get too close to this door.
okay.
I like
All
it.
right. Pelt them with snowballs.
I'm staying
I-
very close to Zell. I'm gonna nudge him, and also if anybody asks, I'm like your guard.
Got it. That'll be great if I need to do some intimidation.
So as you
Well,
as you come in, I'll
Dude.
describe to a little bit as you come in here, since you're all moving around. So upon entry, the ceiling here is about 9 feet, supported by 3 pillars at the level center. Wooden shelves range from 4 to 6 shelves and scatter about the pillars and walls. Crates and barrels linger in the northwest corner of the building. It contain a mixture of various supplies the Harak Mining Company has sent. So you're seeing the labels of the Harak Mining Company, which is a pickaxe that's slightly turned, embedded into a piece of stone. And that seems to be kind of stamped onto the actual crates. A stone staircase ascends to a second floor for potentially extra storage. Could be living chambers, but definitely seems like much of the business, it's all down here. Nearby, another shelf hangs filled with a mixture of volumes or books. They seem to pertain to gems and stones. About half of them seem to have dwarvish runic lettering. There's workstations, and that's in the southwest corner. They kind of form somewhat of a counter. And behind, there's a metallic cellar door, and it leads below, and a few chests nearby. Particular individual behind the actual one of the counter is a near death by old age mountain dwarf with a thick auburn beard and hair. Blue eyes run into an immensely wrinkled face. A few scars around the left neck stretch down, and slightly left, they wear a brown apron covered in bits of dirt and black suit. A mixture of tools sit in a leather belt that wraps around in pockets on the apron. Underneath is a fine white cloth blouse with silver cufflinks to lift the sleeves above the elbow. Brown leather trousers fit into matching leather and high boots. They are now hunched down upon the actual counter here. They seem to be mixing different things within a bowl. As they mix things, they kind of rotate over towards the scale that's on here, and they begin to weigh things out. Seeing as you all have made way and begin to kind of work in, doesn't seem to notice you at this point. So you kind of are rummaging about. Go ahead, Zell, you're saying?
I was wondering if I could kind of flavor my owl giving me advantage as if I'd kind of like pitched my as if I'd practiced like negotiating with it like on the ship like I like kind of like practiced negotiating with the owl like, like trading with it just like I will give you this like I'll give you 1 gold coin for like that pellet or something just like could I flavor it like that or
So I don't know if there's any real way for the owl to help you in the endeavor of persuasions or conversations, given that it can't speak itself. I mean, if you're attempting to perform, maybe like you can have your familiar do something to help you perform and cause a greater performance. Or if you're attempting to distract with the owl, that could be something to help. If you're attempting to deceive, as far as just having a conversation with somebody without having any sort of actions around them, I don't know if there's particularly
they
anything
can't give me the help action.
to truly help you in this endeavor. Not necessarily. So it has to be done in a way to make sense, right? So and usually the help action is for combat maneuvers. It's technically a combat action is what it is. You are not in combat right now. You're just hanging out. So in order to make this happen, in the way that you're talking about having the owl help you in a persuasion, right? That would have to make sense in some way. I mean, it could be that you find out that this person loves owls and allowing the owl to, be pet or something like that. But you have to figure out a way that that's going to work to help you with that, right?
Okay, then yeah, so the owl's staying out of this since
I could help you with skill checks because I'm pretty good at persuasion and deception.
Yeah, another
Okay,
person that can talk common, right, can help you. That's a good idea.
I like how we hop straight to the owl instead of a human being. Just like, yes, it makes so much more sense. So this owl on my shoulder would be more helpful than the elf right there. It makes, oh yes. Okay, yeah. So
Giving
I'm
us insight into your character and how they
Yeah.
think.
For sure.
yeah. So I'm gonna kind of like try and walk up in like a bit of a more dignified manner, like kind of like bit slowly, a bit like maybe give like a kind of like noble impression of like like how nobles tend to absorb all the air as they walk into a room of like I'm important, look at me. I'm gonna kind of try and like high roads the merchant, make him feel like he's handling someone way above his weight class. You know what I mean? Like
I'm following like a few steps, I guess, behind you, casually looking around, but also looking a little intimidating. Like I am the muscle.
Holding a cane, roughly, takes the bowl from the scales and dispenses, and sees you kind of walk up and squints at you just stares at you. Oh, hello. How may I help you all? Oh, there's a lot of you in here. Oh.
oh yes, these are some of my adventuring companions. We recently came across some gems in some of our, let's just say, more fruitful endeavors, and we'd like you to take a look at them, see if they're of anything of value.
Oh, well, I suppose so. Makes way over to the station, sits down upon it. Sitting down, grabs a couple different instruments and lays down like a piece of leather over the actual station, and then grabs instruments and kind of puts them down. Well, I want to bring over the first one you want me to look at.
Okay, I'm gonna place mine up first to kind of, since I started the conversation, I should be the one to put up mine first, So I put up mine, and I don't get very far from it, if you know what I mean. Like I'm kind of like hugging the counter, just so, like if he tries to do anything, I can like reach down and grab it before he like,
Okay.
like.
I'll describe to you what exactly this person is doing, and you can make that decision after that point. I'll say that you're right. I'm next to him. So you provide your gemstone. As you do, sets it down, seems to kind of take a magnifying glass and stares at it with a magnifying glass, sets it down, grabs a pair of glasses with a couple different magnifying glasses, puts them on, and snips down a bunch of them down, and then grabs a kind of a pair of tweezers and goes to it. Easily 5 minutes pass by, and this character doesn't say anything. He's just looking at it and prodding it, probing it. And after the 5 minutes, puts down the tweezers, takes off the glasses, puts them down, sits upright. Well, this is quite special. I've never seen anything quite like it.
Have you seen
Insight
anything
check.
similar?
Insight.
Well, yeah, that's probably right. Go move.
Okay.
I'm gonna help Thea with her insight.
Whoever's rolling insight,
Yeah.
go ahead and have it. And then if you're getting help, go ahead and roll the advantage.
When you gonna
So I
roll?
rolled twice.
You can hold down Alt or roll twice, whatever suffices. And then with Allah, it looks like you're just rolling just flat.
Yeah.
Okay. It's 21 insight as well as an 8 insight. Both of you believe this older dwarf here that seems to be at least a year or two away from death seems to be telling the truth and quite honest that this is something that they've never seen before.
I can't believe our party doesn't trust dwarves at this rate.
I know dwarves seem like a very honest people. I have to say.
He picks it up,
Yeah.
reaches it, shakes with the hand to give it back to you. Just shaking as he holds it up, drops it into your palm. Where did you get something like that?
I am not too comfortable disclosing that information, but maybe I'd be a bit more cooperative if you had any, guesses for me. Like maybe it's like some kind of more refined version of a crystal that you've seen before, or maybe it's like from the same general area as something you've seen before. I mean, this is a large world.
It is a large world, and I have studied every manner of rock here and there. I am family Culver from Thornia. I have seen many things, but that is not something I have seen. It has a rough chisel to it. And my guess, it has to be broken off from something else.
I'm gonna kind of look over at someone else, like the closest person who I know for a fact has one and didn't hide theirs, and kind of like, give them like a little look of, do you want to put yours up? So that way you can see if they're related in some way.
Yeah, I
like-
was gonna speak up. So I'll show him mine, and I'll ask one question. Could you possibly see if these two correlate to each other, if they're, I don't know, related in some sense, if they were both broken off or something? Because this is a rough gemstone as well.
Ah. All right. Holds out the hand.
I'll give the gemstone. So.
Okay. Takes it and sets it down. Goes back and begins to analyze it. 5 more minutes pass by. Puts down the glasses. Rotates and looks towards you as he just kind of shimmers. Ah. That is quite peculiar. I would say these are the same material. But the coloration is off. Seems as there's difference in the way that these coordinated compounds are refracting the light.
Is it possible they were artificially made?
Something like this seems to be... What's the word? No, lost my train of thought. What were we talking about here?
I was asking you if these could have been possibly made like artificially by like magic or
Yeah. Oh, magic. Oh, yeah. I suppose that they could be, but these seem far more natural than that. The way that their structures are, their crystalline structures, as well as the way that they're bouncing the light around, it seems to be more of a natural creation. But I suppose magic could always be at play. Magic's capable of a great many things.
If you had to say, what is the crystal or like gem you've seen that's the most similar to this, like in its structure and its texture, things like that? So what is the closest possible you've ever seen?
Well, I would probably say that there were these crystals that Pelu had given me. They had similar structure to them, but it was not close enough that I would say that they are related.
You know what those crystals were called?
I do not. They were unknown to me, and they still are.
I'm gonna
I-
meander over by the bookshelf and start reading the bindings of the books.
Okay.
I'm going to do a quick insight check just to see if he's suspicious of anything. Not specifically if he knows something, but if he's suspicious of something.
Suspicious of you, or suspicious of just in general something?
Well, maybe the gems were maybe the gems were obtained illegally, or maybe just generally suspicious that there's something wrong with the situation.
Okay, you don't need to roll for that. I can go off your passive insight. It does not seem to be suspicious of any slight. Seems to be quite curious at this point.
Like this man already.
Looks as you walk away, going towards the books, and kind of stretches and looks. Yes, those are some of my finer collections of my family. I hope you speak Dwarvish.
I do.
Oh, that's. Where did you learn it?
Around.
Ah, it's such a joy to see the language of my ancestors spoken these days. That's good.
It's a lovely language.
It was a long time that before Pelu had bought the mining company, I had this shop opened for the previous owners. And they had use of my talents, and now my talents are used again. Pelu has kept me quite busy. You're more than welcome to look at those if you'd like, and yeah, if you want to borrow some, it's totally fine. Just bring them back.
I was gonna ask him in Dwarvish if any of them were for sale.
Oh, you could buy some. I can't tell you pricing from this distance. So depends which one you're trying to buy.
As I'm looking at the covers, and like the bindings, I'm basically looking for anything that would be talking about extremely rare stones, any kind of like history-ish books.
Okay, how long? How much time are you taking to go through these books?
I'm taking a good 10-15 minutes to like just looking at bindings and seeing if I can
just look at
discern from the
bindings.
title. Just from the title to see if anything catches my eye.
Okay, well, I would probably say 25% of the bindings relate to precious stones. And most of them are hand accounts. These are actually like handwritten things. Doesn't seem like there's too many of these that are, again, they seem to be passed down. The way that they've been wrote, and they're just documents of different stones. And as you pull a couple of them out and you go to look at them, you're flipping through the pages. Many of them are like diagrams and descriptions of these stones, and there are question marks over them. And then eventually, as you kind of conclude through a few of the chapters, I would say, it kind of notes them as this type of stone or that type of stone, and it doesn't put any sort of value to them. And generally, it looks more for like anomalies in the structures that don't necessarily be considered a stone if someone just looked at it from just a glance, right? And so almost like this is what you should do, right? As you're looking into the stone, right? To look at this, and even though it has this anomaly, it's still this in its composition and stuff. And then there's also tactics and methods, and it's a lot of science within the book itself. It would take far more time than 15 to 20 minutes to go through each of these books, but you are able to find at least quarter of them relating to what you're scanning for.
Any that look like would I have known like when the last time period of like great turmoil and chaos was?
Roll a history check. Nice. Okay, cool.
I'll take
So,
it.
yeah, I mean, you're looking probably just like world events, trying to think about particularly what could exactly happen. The last world event that relates to your history that you would potentially know about is the slaying of a great elder red worm known as Barry Thune. That was the last time that the world was in turmoil. As far as time and consideration of now, that was just roughly 2,000, a little bit past that, years ago. That happened on the continent.
Do any of these books look like they were written around that time or slightly after, like within 100 to 200 years after?
There are a couple of them. There's probably one or two that you're able to pull out. Probably the oldest of the texts that you were able to find in this these collection that are precious stones in that particular time. The history of this event did occur on Arthuria. It does not come to you exactly where it transpired or how it happened. We also take into context that this particular dwarf is from a family, and it seems that has direct relation to the Frosthorn, as well as the dwarven clan of Clan Alderfist in the city of Thulnir, which is similar to Barlow. How much information they would have if this particular event and what I'm trying to basically say, what you're relating it to, you might not find that within this collection of these, in particular these two books you pulled out. But you're more than welcome to take them and study them if you want. It's your choice.
Yeah, I'm gonna gesture to him and loudly because you said he's mostly deaf.
Yeah.
Just be like, it's okay if I take these? Look at them?
Yes. You can. That's fine.
Is he upset that I'm actually wanting to take them?
Let's try to look and see which ones they are. Yeah. Throws the hand.
Can I do a quick check for anything relating to dragons, especially the hunting of?
You're looking for anything related to dragons within these books?
Yeah. I mean, people who collect books eventually tend to collect all kinds of odds and ends throughout the years, and this guy's pretty ancient.
Sure.
And I do speak Dwarvish, so I can read them.
Okay. I'll probably say, going through time again. How much time are you all wanting to spend here? I guess I should say, because now we've had Thea looking through, and then Joe's looking through. This it takes a lot of time to go through books and articles. And
I mean,
things,
literally,
so
I'm just scanning titles, like a
scanning
minute or
titles.
two. Even any pitches.
There is nothing on the book bindings or titles that would relate to dragons in these books.
Okay. I walk away from the bookshelf.
Could I have it so that while Thea was looking through books, I kind of just went like, okay, we're looking at books now, and kind of just start checking through like any hidden spells somewhere. Like I know the chances are like super slim, but maybe like one of these like one of these authors is a wizard, and they like one of those like and there's like some kind of like code to like a spell hidden in it or something. Like
I won't have you roll a check for that. I'll probably just say after flipping through books, you can probably be assured that these are not a particular family of Kolva is not wizards.
I want
okay.
to a few minutes to scan through the books on anything about mining iron and if they have any certain. This clan has any techniques that relate to Regmore's clan for mining iron or anything different.
Clay and Alderfist, looking through these books, there's not anything too particular about mining anything specifically, just extracting stones. Clan Alderfist, just to give some basis, right, as well as some other Dwarvish clans, don't actually particularly mine. That's not what they're about, which could suggest why Clan Alderfist dwarfs open this mine and not in Tholnir. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. The books in here pertain, some of them, to Fanlikova, go to the extraction of in the Harak mine. So some of them talk about that. Right. Not from Dwarvish techniques per se, but more or less just general techniques as far as extracting stones and mining and things. Does that answer your question there?
Yes.
Okay.
Anything on the history of Clan Alderfist?
Nothing in these volumes. Nothing particularly in here that talks about Clan Alderfist in great detail. Mainly just referencing them.
It's a new dwarven clan. He's got to learn.
Having stayed outside this whole time, I'm just gonna open up the door, hollering, "We got what we need," or
Dirty Joe walks right out. Yep, learned all I'm gonna learn in
Yeah,
here.
we're done.
I'm gonna start heading towards the door, but just before I go through, I'm gonna turn back and ask him when Paulu, I believe was his name. Paulu Reza bought those gems by. Like when those like the similar gems, like when he brought them by.
Oh, Palu. I would probably say it was maybe a little over a month ago.
Okay.
If I recall, I
Um,
think Palu was going to send out some prospectors to go investigate where they might have found them. I don't know. It's best to speak to Palu about that.
Okay then. I head out through the door, and as I do, I yell kind of like not exactly loudly, but like definitely above like definitely so we can hear it. Just like thanks so much for your time as I just head through the door.
Oh, you're welcome. Come back anytime. So you all head out of the lapidary here, Kolva's lapidary, and you get onto the road. As you get onto the road, there is a particular person that begins to approach you, headed from the west side of the map, coming there. This particular
Michael, is
individual-
it possible for me to do one thing before that?
Yeah, for sure. Anything you've been outside, so interrupt me anytime.
As they come out and they kind of close the door behind them, I just kind of want to look at the group and be like, "So, did you have to kill him?" Or
Now, Colin wanted to, with how long he was taking, but nah, that whole thing was kind of a waste of time. I mean, any bumpkin could tell you that a small rock comes from a bigger rock, and I would know. I'm a bumpkin.
Actually, I think we got some pretty useful info, or a lead to some info. We know Palu brought similar rocks through, and even if those rocks aren't the exact same, they could be like somehow related. Like they could be from like some of the elements that make up this rock could also be in that rock, and that could give us a hint to its origins. Besides that, I also have to say, I didn't plan on killing him. That was like that was like if everything goes wrong. I mean,
yeah, sure.
No. Yeah.
We
We
wasn't
knew
actually.
that it was kindness of your heart. You decided to let him go. Yeah.
Wait, what's this about killing?
No, good job, killer.
No. We were just saying that if I at some point I proposed the idea that we could catch detect thoughts to make sure he wasn't lying, and I just said that worst case scenario, if he decides to attack us over it, it's not like he's strong enough to kill us. So it'd probably go the other way. Anyway, let's go to Palu now. Okay.
Also, that Zell is going to take the lead from now on every time we see dragons. Just remember that.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Regmore's gonna look at all of y'all questioningly, because
Zell makes a quick note to invest in more teleportation and invisibility spells, just so they can avoid those dragons.
Okay. So as you have your conversation outside of the lapidary and Colvin, before you head off to your next destination here, a young half-elf female with dark hazel eyes, darker complexion, and beautiful black hair flows down to the mid-back, wears a simple white leather and black wool vest over a purple cloth blouse. This very small brown leather belt that fits over a purple cloth skirt, wears thick fur leggings into black leather and fur boots. Seems to be a small silver necklace around the neck that kind of dangles a little bit with a symbolic pendant. Currently has a cloak of looks like a black bear hide of some kind. It's like a cloak that's been tailor made and fit over their shoulders, and a little bit of a cuff or like a link kind of attaches it near the neckline. Just making their way over to you, walking down the road, stops, kind of reaches and does a small curtsy, and then stands up. Hello, my name is Elise Talmar. I am servant to the Duke Umbrian Orillo. I am tasked with gaining information on what has transpired, as many talk that those are shipwrecked, and the village has been quite full with many people, and from those that I've spoken with over the past couple hours, they all seem to point towards individuals that might be able to tell more than they can. I'm trying to find them. I believe there's 6 of them, which is 6 of you.
What's it worth to you?
Well, my Duke would like to invite those for dinner this evening and to try to get information about what exactly happened.
Insight check.
Yeah,
But
how
I'm not
comfortable does she seem with what she's being asked to ask us?
Are you asking me how comfortable she seems? So passively insight, she seemed...
like what is her body language saying about, like, does she not care that the Duke has sent her out, or is she like kind of like anticipatory, like nervousness, or
She seems rather regal in composure, and this seems to be a common thing. This being sent out on tasks. Has just decided to make way through the small mining village and try to find what is going on, and has been told that there are 6 individuals that might know more than they do about what exactly happened on the Striker, and has tried to find those individuals to send them the invite that the Duke has commanded. That is what you can get from your passive insight.
Isn't a duke a very high rank? Like, isn't duke like very often related to royalty somehow? So like,
a duke would be considered an elected noble at the stature, potentially under a lord.
oh, okay.
He runs the town, right?
You can make that assumption if someone's being called a duke, that would probably be running the village.
Is he the lord of this town? Because that's the only town I can think of that could get.
Well, Duke isn't a
Acres.
lord. Duke isn't a lord. So, but you can, you're getting the idea that there has to be some governance of some kind here. Either it's the company running the village, but getting the information now from this servant, you might be able to piece together that there is a Duke here and is governing the village.
Kind of look back at the group, like, free dinner.
Free dinner.
Don't we already got free dinner?
Yeah.
No, 2 free dinners is better than 1, okay?
Well, this is the Duke's dinner. It's got to be
Yeah.
better than what we just had.
Yeah, it's like a hero's feast.
Yeah, we'll be there.
Oh, so you, fantastic. I'm glad that I found you all.
All right, bye.
Goodbye. Farewell.
Well,
Can you tell us where the duke's house is before we just leave?
where is the place?
We saw it on the way in.
You saw it on the way
yeah,
in.
it's the biggest one.
Oh, it's the biggest one.
It's the biggest. It's the biggest. Yeah, it's a manor. Yeah, it's the largest
all the way to the
structure.
other side of the map. Yeah.
Can't really miss it.
Well, wait, then I ask her where Paulu lives then, because I can just assume the biggest one was the guy who is.
Pelu Riza resides upstairs of the Harak Mining Company field house. That will be 20 to 30 minute walk to the north into the slight bluff, protrusion that the mine sits on.
Okay. Would it be possible to organize a meeting with Palu? Like sometime
You're
soon?
more than welcome to make your way up there and speak to Pelu. Pelu is open to any audience.
Great. Yeah, well. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I
Thank you kindly, miss.
handing the others.
Just a small curtsy as you all walk away.
When are we meeting?
Tell my monkey not to throw a snowball at her. Like, chill. Don't do
When
it.
we arrive.
If she had walked like 5 more feet, would they have got hit by a snowball?
Yes. I was waiting for it to get a little closer.
Oh man.
All right, so I'm going to go ahead and put us onto the village map as you begin to make way, just to give a description. So you head away from the lapidary. You mentioned that you're heading to the field house, so Heroic Mining Company field house. That kind of is the consensus, right? To talk to Pelu, based on the second task you had set on. So as you make your way, you go through a few of the actual kind of stonish hovels, right? It's these muddy, kind of entrenched paths. It's slightly frozen over at this point, and kind of weaving through, and then eventually get onto kind of a main little stretch, and there's a couple wagons that are pitched on the side. You run by a stables of sorts. The stables seems to be rock walled with interior pillars as well, straw thatched, and a lot of bleating is going on. Bleating as in goats, mountain goats, and there's a lot of them, as far as you can see from little kind of spaces and crevices of open where the doors kind of slam shut of these barn-style wooden doors. And they're not seeing a lot of horses. In fact, you're only seeing like 2 or 3 horses in this particular stable, and the rest are goats. There's a couple of people in there currently, and they're feeding and moving things around. Some of them are actually being tied together, like actually like kind of harnessed in a way, and just kind of roped, and they seem to be getting prepared for something. You're not sure what. As you begin to head through the road, you head to northeast on this particular map, and you're heading along a path that seems to be well entrenched. There's actually currently wagons as well that seem to be heading into the village. And looking outstretched to the northeast about where you're heading your destination, there is a kind of a small bluff or a protrusion from the actual mountainside, and a few kind of like switchbacks in a way as they work themselves up. Not many elevation. There's not much elevation gain at all, but it has to kind of get a way for these wagons to come down without just flying, right? So that's what the switchbacks are really for. You're seeing smoke up there. You're seeing also tents, a couple other structures made of stone, straw. It's far in the distance. There's an overcast. The snow is beginning to fall. It's temperature about 17 degrees Fahrenheit currently. And you all are beginning to make your way to the field house. I'm going to go ahead and activate that map.
As we're walking up, Joe's just gonna say, yeah, you know, guys, I don't know I'm not having a good feeling about this Duke character. I mean, we gotta get out of town lickety-split, and, you know, all these, highfalutin lords and ladies, if they get an idea on their head that they need you to do something for them, they usually don't like being told no, and I don't really want to get healed up past our window of getting out of here.
I believe it'd be best to meet with him first, since while it is possible he might try and put a job on us, he probably won't keep us like locked up until we did it. So worst case scenario, he was looking for us before anyways. He'll be looking for us again if we decide not to do his work. That's how I think about it. So probably best to get out of the way. If he doesn't want anything, we don't need to worry about avoiding him.
Yeah, all right, if that's what y'all want to do.
Oh, what the rest of you think? Othala, Reg, Thea?
To be honest, I think we should at least report about the wreckage. You know, we were accompanied on the boat. We should at least see it through. You know, the captain was on the boat. He did go down with it. We should at least, you know, tell them about that part. You know, we did get a message just for his wife, but we should also talk to the person in charge and see if there's something that we can possibly do. I'm not against getting a job from them necessarily, because it might actually be beneficial to us.
I would actually like to quickly check. Do we want to get our story straight? Like, do we want to tell them the truth? Because the truth in this situation might be very annoying. So do we just want to tell them, like, something possible? Like, just completely get rid of the big shark, just say it was 5 sharks, a dragon, we escaped with our lives, we never talked to them? Just, do we want to, like,
I mean,
kind
I
of...
don't see nothing wrong with the
sounds
truth.
better. Well,
Yeah.
we definitely don't want to tell them about our valuables.
Yeah,
Not
if
We
you
using
don't
his
have
dictator.
to. There's a chasm between telling the whole truth and withholding some information.
Oh yeah, that's what I'm
right?
saying. We should all agree to
Mhm.
withhold that. Ain't
Well,
nobody
the thing
heard
is,
nothing about shiny rocks.
What
Yeah.
is
thing is,
wrong
the
with
second that
you?
he hears about the big shark, like the one that we managed to like make that. Well, I mean, Ezekiel managed to convince to just leave. He's gonna start asking, "How did we get it to leave? I mean, it had 60 human skulls strapped to its body on its."
I
Look at
feel comfortable
Ezekiel. He's a
handling that
people person.
question.
Okay,
Yeah.
you
Real
wanna?
quick. How close are the people to us? Can they hear us talking about this?
I'm interpreting this conversation happening on the way. It's about 20 to 30-minute walk. So I'm assuming that you're all having this conversation as you're making your way to the mining area, to the field house. So no one's around you at this point.
Okay. If anybody gets a little bit too loud, I'm going to either death glare them or like smack them gently. Like just keep your voice down. You want to keep this a big secret, but you're blabbing it to anybody who can hear you.
What is wrong? Why are y'all so suspicious? They took us in. We just got here. They showed nothing but hospitality.
I'm
I
not
agree with
saying we need
Reg.
to do anything
I agree with
I
specifically.
mean-
Reg as
I'm
well.
just saying that if we want to do something, we should get our stories straight right now before we need to start casting like psychic
We're
magic to
told
get
to
us.
abandon ship by the captain. That's what we know.
Oi. Now I don't know
Good, mate.
about the rest of you, but I'm not from this area. It's like I know nothing here, so talking I don't see any reason why we shouldn't talk to the dude. Get the
Mhm.
lay of the land, what's going on, the politics.
I
It's a
agree.
good point.
I agree.
Gonna be
I
well
agree.
informed.
As to my
We need information in order to
suspicions.
proceed.
Also it'd be a good, see what spices he has. I mean,
I
Of
think
course, Reg.
we all think that's a great idea. We love your cooking, so I have no objections to that.
Joe, you were saying something?
Oh yeah, just as to why I'm so suspicious. I mean, people are generally polite as long as it's convenient to them, and because we don't know anything about this place that we're in, it's usually best to play things close to the vest. Don't go looking for trouble or inviting any trouble in by being careless. That's all.
Right. I think there's a line we can walk here where we don't volunteer all of our information, but we also don't start lying out the gate. I'm a big believer in telling the truth until you have to lie.
Oh,
Agreed.
sure.
I
Seems
agree
we're
with
on the same
Ezekiel in
page
this
then.
situation. Also, I would just like to suggest like a plan just for future situations if we ever need to eat in a place where we don't completely trust the person. If there's anything to drink, let me drink it first. I'm not super
Yeah.
paranoid to the point that I'm gonna check on it, but I have poison
Yeah.
immunity, so even if it only happens 1 in 100 times, that one time it does happen, it's like, oh, this is poison, guys, get ready to fight. So
That is very good to know.
Yeah, you're going to be our tester for anything that looks
Yeah.
dangerous.
Feed,
Isn't that
feed
called a-
poison
There's
to
a
There's
Zell.
a word.
Okay.
There's an actual
got it.
word for that, I believe. I can't remember. There's a particular term that's used. For
Yeah,
this.
not just food though. For any traps or anything that looks crazy, you're going in first.
Yeah,
So.
yeah. You're
Yeah.
the
I'm not
lead.
doing
You're the
traps.
first for everything.
No, you got it. You're our leader.
I
No,
am not
traps are
doing
my specialty.
traps. I
You're
will
a leader.
do food, not traps.
you're gonna
I,
be
I
our
have magic
canary.
resistance and
Zell.
poison immunity, okay? It's not. I don't have immunity to everything.
I believe in you, Zell.
I'm a
Now-
squishy little wizard, okay? I can't do this.
I got your back. Don't worry.
You have
You're
a
a
smart
wizard.
Yes,
leader.
I'm
That's
a
all that
safe 10
means.
feet away.
I thought you were a fighter. You look pretty strong.
You slay
Those
dragons.
muscles.
I have some really. I rolled like genetic lottery on like how strong and like stuff like that. Like, this is my kind of in character way of saying I rolled crazy high on stats, but yeah, that's.
Sure. Now that we got that out of the way, there's one important question I have for the rest of you. Is what went on while I was talking with Barlow and y'all wanting to kill people now?
That is a very big oversimplification. I don't think anyone needs to know that. Let sleeping dogs lie. Yeah, I think that's the term.
No, I
No idea
think
what you're talking
Reg
about, Reg.
would like that. I think he would like the conversation though. It was pretty interesting.
On other like business. At least if nothing changes, I get the feeling that the situation is going to change after we talk to the Duke. But I think we should probably talk to Paulu before we go to sleep, since they were like getting horses and stuff right in the middle of town. I could think of very little reason they need that many horses unless it's related to trade in this town. So it's very possible it could be a caravan leaving like tomorrow morning. So we might want to talk to him as soon as possible.
Well,
Yeah.
that's why we walked all this way.
It's only noon, man. We ain't
Yeah,
going
it's
to sleep
only
anytime soon.
Yeah, so I'm just saying, like, if he has asked us to, like, just let's try and end things quickly with the Duke. We give a report, maybe, like, have some tea, light meal, and let's try not to drag it out.
It's
I
a
like
hero's feast,
Yeah, I
though.
mean,
It's dinner.
we should establish passage with the caravans heading out, be it tonight, tomorrow, whenever they leave.
Yeah, and they could be leaving very soon, so I think we should talk to that guy, like, immediately.
That way
I think
we have
we're
an hour.
over planning and we have no idea what we're about to walk into. Maybe we go have a conversation and then make a plan from there.
Yeah, I agree with that. I just want to run that by everyone because, you know, I don't want us, like, spending, like, next 2 nights staying at the Duke house and completely forgetting about Paulu. Okay.
What are you worried about, man? You killed a dragon before. You're good.
I never said I killed...
And your
Are we
worst
sure
case
he's not-
scenario is we just
I
attack.
I
know
would like to
Sal-
do an insight check to check if he's a lawyer. I would like to do an insight.
You cannot insight to see if someone's a lawyer. You get insight for a
He takes
profession.
words out of context and he uses them against you.
You don't need to roll
I believe
insight
he's
to
a
know.
lawyer.
You don't need to roll insight to know that Ezekiel is a little bit gaslighting you. I mean, there's no insight
Yeah.
roll for that. You could just get that from what he's saying to
Would you like to roll a
you.
county prosecutor check?
How old does Zell look again? Or did he say how
Young.
old he was? Like young?
Young.
Or like, okay.
Yes.
I'm basically gonna nudge him and just be like, "You're not used to some ribbing, are you, kid?"
He's like 17.
Which sounds weird coming from me because I look like I'm about 25.
You're a 25-year-old elf.
Oh, I am not 25, but I look like I am.
Oh, okay. Because I was gonna be like, by elf standards, 25 is like baby.
I'm a half elf.
Oh, okay.
so- Yeah.
Still probably, but just half expected lifespan. Anyway, yeah, let's get in.
Okay, so after the walk occurs, there is. I'm going to go ahead and use the drawing tool here to kind of mark. So up here, this path is traversing north. So this path is going north. This seems to lead to another stables of sorts or a corral of some kind. There's a few tents and other things that are pitched up. And in the potential corral and in the stables, mountain goats. Lots of bleeding. There's just happening everywhere. As far as you're concerned, you don't see any horses, so that path.
What's the
takes
sound
its-
again, Michael?
I have to do that for my daughter all the time. She loves it when I bleat. So it's like, what noise is this? She always points to the sheep. She just keeps pointing to it. She's like, sheep, sheep. And she just like looks at me, and I'm just like, keep doing it over and over again. As you see, that path is roughly about, I would say, 8 minutes away from your current location. Again, everything's really drawn out in its distance up here on this kind of this bluff or protrusion. And there's another road that leads to that same area, almost like a kind of a turnaround point in a way. And that road comes from the mine. And so I'm going to draw an arrow. So here in that direction is the mine. That's about 15 to 20 minutes away. And it seems to climb up in elevation up to that point. There's wagons and a fixture of different things around a large grand mining entrance that's built out of solid stone. And it seems to be a solid foundation of stone and a semi-arched kind of design. And inside, you're able to see lights kind of dancing and moving around, as well as kind of people leaving and coming to. And there has some sort of railway design that they're coming in with, like mining carts, and they're dispensing through into the wagons through a large crane or hoist. And that seems to be that they're maneuvering that over the actual carts, dropping down a net of some kind, and then people are shoveling out of the actual carts into the net, hoisting it into wagons. Currently, there's 3 wagons that are by the entrance, only one of which is filled. The wagons themselves are large, massive. They seem to have a back open-ended cargo area, then an interior space, and then a seating up front. And it has to be that these wagons, if they were completely full, from what you're able to gauge, they have to either be pulled by 4 horses or they have to be pulled by 12 goats. each wagon, so a lot of potential animal power to move these things. So only one of them's filled currently. In the direction of this path here, this is actually leading just 5 or so minutes away to a large area of open-walled canvas tents, right? So kind of a covering over long benches of communal eating and seating. There's campfires that are pitched out, large cauldrons or pots of bubbling things as people are cooking stuff, and there's a mixture and variety of people here as it's lunchtime. And there is people eating their lunches that work on the mine. And they're all around these tables. In total population, you're able to see 3/4 of the village's population here. And that, when I say 3/4, I'm talking about like 50 people. So you have an idea of just how many people potentially live in this village, which is not too many, considering that they operate a 24/7 mine. Now we come to directly, I'm going to clear the drawings here, and we come to what you're seeing, the structure in front of you. The structure in front of you is a 2-story stone and wooden building with a flat clay-tiled roof. An adjacent storage house that's single-story. It sits next to it. There seems to be ramparts and staircases leading out, potentially for larger goods and things to be kind of moved out of the kind of doorways. There's a slight elevation to the structures to get it out of the snow, and there's a sign that leads over the field house itself, the 2-story structure, and it states Harak Mining Company, and with the actual symbol of that pickaxe embedded into stone. There is a particular half-orc that is leaning against a wall. We can go ahead and unpause it. This half-orc is kind of leaning with arms kind of hit like this, folded into themselves, has a cloak of some kind over the shoulders to keep warm. There's a couple braziers burning by a trio of miners that are just having a conversation. Poster boards are pitched up as well that you're able to see now that you've come onto this map, and the poster boards are assignments, so they're labeling like individual names, and there's a big massive one at the center, a big almost tabloid that says like, for hire, we pay this price. And now that you're here, it seems that the miners are paid, it looks like 2 silver pieces a week is what they're given as far as payment. You're free to move around.
I would like to send my owl.
Brings back
on top of one of the
memories.
roofs.
What was that, Del?
I would like to send one of my owl up on top of the roof, since we're probably gonna be going inside pretty soon.
Okay.
And I mean, it might be okay with merchants, but with a lord, he might find it weird if I just walk in with an owl. Plus, that way, it can also kind of stay as a lookout to make sure like there's no like big group like kind of aggregating outside with like weapons or anything. You know what I mean? Like it's...
Sure. So you send right here is the entrance to the field house. You put the owl up onto the roof. Owl just sits there.
Yeah, like not specifically. Just I don't really think anything's gonna happen. But, you know, I'm not gonna bring it inside anyways. And worst case scenario, it can give us a warning if something's gonna happen.
Sure.
All right, I walk up to
Reggie,
the
so
half-orc.
this
Hey, there's Palu in.
Go ahead before you speak, Joe. Go ahead, Ziegel.
Reggie said this brings back memories.
I grew up in a place kind of like this.
Working a mine or the mountain town.
Worked in a mine, bit of a youth family trade.
Oh, child labor. I know it.
It's good honest work.
Sure. Why? You've someone from there to cooking.
Say again?
He stumbled from the mine to the kitchen.
I didn't take very well to the family trade.
All right. Oh, I think they're ready for us.
Go ahead, Joe.
I walk up to the half-orc and say, "Hey, is Palu in?"
What? Oh, look at y'all, you lot. What do you need to speak to Palu for?
That caravan is seems to be gearing up. Wanted to see if we could accompany of some way.
All right. Goes up to the door. Before it bangs on it, turns around. Say, what's your name?
Dirty Joe Buckwilder.
Stops. Oh, grumbles and hits onto the door. Hey, Lou. There's some Dirty Joe looking for you. Pops back off and staircase and leans against the wall. It'll be just a second.
Much obliged.
The door
Quickly,
opens.
should we decide on like a group name or something, just to seem a bit more official? Because if we're going to try and solve our Sophos guards, it might be best to like have like an official name like for the group.
You can have the conversation probably in character at some point if you want to bring that up. But for now, I'm walking into this place. The door opened without anybody actually opening it. Number one. Number two, I'm going to go ahead and pause the howling here. Let me give a description of inside of what you're seeing. So inside, a circular hearth fueled by odd obsidian rocks resides in the center of the decent-sized room, glowing with a green dancing flame. There is no chimney to this hearth, as these rocks do not give off smoke, but they do give off heat. Several shelves sit about along the northern, western, eastern walls with books and scrolls. A large wooden desk with many drawers postures on the eastern side of the building. This desk has had its legs removed, thus lowering the entire piece. Behind the desk are a matching wardrobe and shelf. The wardrobe seems to be covered with arcane runes. A small kitchenette sits on the southern wall with a few pieces of food. The second floor could contain potentially a living area, as it was mentioned that Pelu resides in this particular field house. The person behind the actual desk is a male gnome with pale, fair skin, blue-green eyes, long raven black hair with fierce features, wears a thick black fur robe over a white cloth tunic and blue sash. Black leather and fur trousers make their way into black fur boots. A couple of jeweled gold and silver rings upon the fingers and a single golden chain necklace around the neck. Is also wearing a very fancy chapeau, if it will, with a feather embedded into the right side of it. Has the feet upon the actual desk. Is reading a book of some kind. Smashes the book and sets it down. Ah! Hello, hello. Oh, look at all of you. Fancy. Why have you all come and wanting to speak to me? Where's this Dirty Joe?
Oh, that'd be me, sir. Came to inquire about that caravan that's gearing up, wondering if we might tag along.
I see. Tagging along. Well, that's not something that happens every shipment or departure, but it is something that we can do, I suppose. That caravan, the next one, won't be shipping out until the 20th. It's 3 days from now.
I would like to walk up and kind of, get a bit closer to him and look in his eyes and say something around the lines of, well, we were wondering if we could not just tag along, but possibly find work in the caravan.
Oh, work, I suppose. What are you aimed at doing work for? What is it that you are attempting to assist with?
Well, money is always quite useful. We also hear the caravan's having a bit of trouble lately getting to their destinations.
Yes, trouble indeed, trouble. I'm supposed to send out these shipments to Athema, to a Commander Renglar Uku at Fort Firespirit. And let me tell you, several, in fact, the last 3 have not made their arrival. And with a mine running 24/7 under a royal decree, that is not acceptable by any standards, even if I was running it more privately in my own endeavors. But alas, it has happened, and I suppose you lot could help. Stares and looks. I'll tell you what. I'll give you a lot of 100 gold pieces for your service. How about that?
I would like to kind of cast a cantrip, into this, somewhere that's not going to cause any actual damage, but kind of show him that I know magic and be like, would you mind raising that price?
Why would I raise that price? To a demonstration of the arcane?
I would say we are rather qualified. I don't know if you are aware of our qualifications, but we are.
No idea of your qualifications, but you have power of the arcane. That's good. Well studied, I suppose.
Does he seem like he is trying to swindle? Does it seem like he thinks that's a fair price for the services? Does he seem anxious for our acceptance of the contract?
Roll insight, please.
Yeah, I was gonna say, how much is he trying to lowball us? Because he's probably trying to lowball us.
Oh, he is definitely trying to lowball us, yeah.
16 appears to be lowballing you.
I would like
Only
to...
I know that.
Yep.
Only I know that, because I had asked.
Yeah.
can I do an insight check to try and figure out what the creature is, or do I need more info?
Yeah, probably just
what's been
ask him.
stopping the shipments?
That information about a particular creature or anything of that nature has not been mentioned at all. It's just been saying
Because
they have not
if
made
we
it.
know what it is, we could probably get a lot more money out of him.
In fact, Zell, Palu has not even mentioned that the caravans are attacked. It's just actually said they haven't made it. So
Right, I lean
Ezekiel,
over the desk.
you have the
Oh, sorry.
insight check as success, so you know that you're being lowballed. Are you sharing the information or keeping that to yourself?
I'll just kind of speak out to the friend. You know that you are losing money hand over fist. That how much do each of these caravans cost?
Oh well, they do cost quite a bit, but
Now that's 3 that haven't made it, correct?
yeah, we 3, yes, I suppose, but we don't get paid for very much. We're under a royal decree here. We're told that we must run 24/7, all iron ore, but made for weapons and armor for some war that's occurring. I have honestly no idea what that's about. It
And
is
what happens if
ruining
you keep missing
my
those
margin.
shipments?
Well, I suppose the worst that can happen is Lord Downfalor himself will grab a whole regiment of paladins and march their way in here and enforce order, but that'll have to go through the Duke first, and I doubt his small guard that he pays can do much about it anyways. Look, I suppose I could offer you more coin, but there is something that has just occurred this morning. Maybe you can showcase your skills and your talents. We have a new tunnel and the further section of the mine as we're exploring under other endeavors. There appears to be a disturbance of some kind. Creatures have emerged from the miners in their recounts. They are quite scared and traumatized, but I am able to discern through their ramblings of madness that they are humanoids. And they are shouting a guttural and runic language of some kind. Not well studied or versed in what they were referring to, but alas, that is what happened. It seems as though they have tunneled in a way. I have tasked the miners to form a blockade or a barricade at the tunnel entrance there to that annex, I suppose you can call it. And, well, still waiting for the Duke's Guard. Suppose you could beat them to the
You
punch.
didn't have a request in there. You just stated a bunch of facts.
Oh, yes, excuse me. Yes, a quest. Showcase your talents, and I will offer you 1,000 gold pieces. How does that sound?
A piece. That's generous.
Oh, no, not a piece. I don't have that coin. Not on me. Oof. I'm not made of gold over here.
You seem to be
Pretty
doing pretty
job.
well off. No.
Can we get payment up front for this here little monster kill you got planned?
I suppose I can offer you 500 gold pieces up front. Half now, half later.
Yeah, that's more to my liking.
Breckmore's
Yes.
going to inspect his little kitchenette thing.
I would like to try to extract more info about him, about disappearances. He obviously knows something, but he's not telling us. Okay.
Disappearances in what?
Like the caravans, like maybe they're survivors, maybe they weren't attacked at all, maybe they just...
the conversation is steered away from that. You can backtrack with an insight on when he was mentioning it, but you have to be specific in what information you're attempting to insight with, or you can attempt to re-bring that conversation up. Regmore, you were saying something about the kitchenette.
Yeah, you mentioned there's a kitchenette in there with food and all that. Oh, Regmore's going to look over it. While they're talking about coin and everything, what all, from his knowledge of cooking and everything, is there any expensive ingredients to determine that, okay, he has coin, but...
So the cups and the pitchers, they're metal. They don't appear to be silver or gold or any other precious there. The cheese itself seems to be of decent quality. It's not exquisite, and the bread seems to be from Barlow's Tavern.
Regmore's gonna mention up to the rest just when he or Palu's talking about going into the mine. Right. I'm in.
Oh, well, lovely.
Reg, you know something about something like this happened in the mines before, or you seem passionate about it?
I just want to go to the mine.
Well, if he's in, I'm in.
I
If
will
it's
do
yells,
it.
I'm in. I'm in.
Let's get her
That
done,
sounds
folks.
good.
Half up front, right?
Yes, half up front, and of course, maybe we didn't really discuss if that carries over to helping out with the caravans, but it seems as I am a little bit unmatched in some of these things. That's fine. You lot all coming in here, whatever.
Oh, this is an introductory job. If you
Yes,
like our services,
Introductory, of course, of course. Yes, that is exactly it. Introductory. Good, good. All right, sounds great. 1 second. Flicks the finger. As it does, you see the wardrobe aglow with some of the runes. Waltzes over. Oh, excuse me, if you don't mind. Begins to kind of push you. This is a gnome, by the way. This gnome is extremely short. Pushes you out of the way, reaches up, lifts open the
I
wardrobe.
like to act like he's actually pushing me, but
Okay, sure. walking of your own accord there. Opens the wardrobe up, and then inside there is a hefty, looks to be a wooden chest of some kind, and kind of grabs the chest, sends it down upon the ground, kind of drags it just for a little bit and lets it down. Whew, my talents are not with strength. Yes, grabs the wardrobe and shuts it.
Could I have seen anything inside the wardrobe before he shut it?
There's nothing inside the wardrobe, just the chest.
Okay.
Here you are, 500 gold pieces.
Obliged
Thank
to
you.
you.
Welcome.
take it and divide it up among the party. Is that what we want to do?
Yep.
That's fine.
No, that's 100 and I think 66 apiece, and then there's a remainder.
Yeah, some carryover. Whoever wants the carryover, claim it.
I think we should give it to Ezekiel. We did well in that.
So there's 4 remainder, so 4 people could take an additional gold if you want.
Oh, okay.
So five. So in the chest, so it's 500 gold pieces divided.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're right.
Yeah,
Thank you. My
6.
bad.
Yeah, so divided by 6. So you have 83.
Yeah, it's 83.3.
Yeah. So if you crunched real quick, there would be a decent remainder there. 2 gold pieces.
2 remainder.
That's decent.
Do we want to maybe start a party fund for just like food and stuff, like expenses?
Pontine.
That's something I guess to talk about probably at a later time. For now,
Can we give 2 gold to Reg?
Yeah.
And you buy some cooking supplies, Reg. You make us a new meal. You know, for on the road.
Oh, that sounds good to me. A spice fund.
I don't see why not.
So 83 gold pieces and then 85 to you, Reg. You should be able to go into your character sheets and see within inventory. There's a bottom bar there that says kind of currency with the abbreviations there, and you can just add that into what you have right now. Well. I will see you all soon, I suppose.
Oh, wait, how do we get to this here tunnel?
Well, you just go into. Well, you don't seem like you have ever been here. I shouldn't assume. Goes in and grabs a map. Rolls it up and ties it off with a piece of twine, string, if you will, and has the map and sees you, Joe, approaching and gives it to you. Here you are, just a sketch of the map of the mine for you.
Thank you much.
You should find it here. Points to Dwarvic runic letter that stands for Z. It seems to be towards all the way at the back of the mine. And as far as distance to where you're gauging this map, this is potentially an hour walk, at least, just to get to where that tunnel is.
All right. We'll be back in a jiff.
All right, fantastic. And if listen, I'm not one to say that you won't accomplish the job, but if there's anything that you can bring back to information about what these creatures are or what they're doing, that would be wonderful.
Yeah, sure.
Appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Can you qualify the terms of our job? Is it just information, or is it stopping these incursions?
Well, this is the first time that it's happened. I would rather know what it is happening. Are we dealing with something more than your occasional giant rat, or is this something along the lines of a constant endeavor?
Got it. So you'll pay us for knowledge, and then if you need us to stop it, then you'll pay us something else.
Oh,
Got it. Thank you.
you are a quick
Yeah.
one. That one. Ah, you know,
Yes.
What are you looking like? 50 gold a head, if
I would like
necessary?
I would like to speak to these raving miners who spoke this madness to you about what they saw.
Oh, well, you can speak to them. They should be right outside. There's 3 of them.
All right,
I'm
well,
just gonna
Biggie.
walk out.
I'm going to walk up to him and say, since we're going to be most likely working for you in the near future, would you happen to have any information you can give me about the missing caravans now? The more you
There's
give
not
us,
much.
the-
All I know is that they are not coming back from Athema like they should, and I can also tell you that we have found the wreckage of some of them up in the pass.
Any claw marks or burns? Anything of note, or were
Not
they just
do
smashed?
the investigations myself. I believe the Duke's guards were sent on patrol. Maybe speaking to the Duke himself would be the best bet.
Okay.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yes. See you again.
Farewell. Farewell. As you walk out, the door shuts.
I'm approaching the 3 miners.
Okay.
Just gonna say, heard you saw something down the mine. You mind telling me something about it?
The dwarf turns. Oh, what? Ugh. Who are you?
Doesn't matter who I am. Tell me what you saw in the mine.
Well, it kind of does matter who you are. Pelu sent you?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, all right then. What do you want to know?
What did you see? What did it look like? What did it sound like?
Oh well, they were
Any
speaking.
information?
They were short. They were standing. I would say probably my height, and they were large clang of metal, and there was a lot of debris. They seemed to have tunneled, and there was chaos happening with dust and other things, and we ran for it as quick as we could, and I swear I was hearing language that sounded like lock and tuck and buck. I wasn't sure what it was, but it sounded a lot like my own tongue, and I could not tell what it was. And sure enough, as soon as we got out, we rounded the tunnel quick to the main corridor that we have, and we threw as many carts as we could and shoved them in. And I sent Eric here. I sent him. I said, go, tell Perlu. And sure enough, we stayed there for some time. Ferric returned, said to leave, and said the guard would come through, and we shouldn't put our lives at risk. That's what Pelu said.
Did you get a look at our faces?
No, there was too much dust and debris. We didn't even look back, to be quite honest.
Do a check to see if I know what these creatures are. Or like, at least
Yeah, I'd
maybe
like
like,
to roll a nature check. See if this is any
Yeah.
creature I've heard of.
can I do
before.
Arcana to see if there's like some kind of magical being I'm aware of?
I do not believe you have enough information to go off of to make an Arcana check. I also don't know as far as a nature check. You can attempt to roll one, and I can give as much information as I can. You have gotten actually a numerous amount of kind of facts that this is a humanoid. Potentially at the size of this dwarf that is speaking, is also talking in a language, so seems to have some sort of intelligence. And in addition to that, is potentially wearing armor in the way that it's clanging in the metal sounds that it described.
nature check of 15. It definitely sounds to be a humanoid. Again, like I don't know how much more information I can probably give from the descriptions that they're giving. It does not sound like a beast or a creature of monstrous variety.
Are there like kobolds or anything in this world?
Actually, that's where my bet was going, just a kobold.
It's the size of a kobold would not match the description that was just provided.
Out of character, and Michael, you correct me if I'm stepping on your toes or anything, but generally, you describe what you want to do, and the DM will tell you what kind of check it's going to be. You don't want to. I walk in the room and I want to use my perception. I walk in the room and I want to use my investigation. Generally, you want to describe, narrate what you're trying to do. Else, we're kind of playing a video game where we're hitting our perception skill button. So that just generally, in my experience, leads to a much more collaborative storytelling experience. And you correct me if I'm wrong, or if you feel differently, Michael.
No, I agree with that. I think that you are rolling skill checks without having the necessary potential evidence to roll those checks, right? If you, based on the information that you're getting right off the bat, if you rolled a nature check to being like, what kind of humanoid would I think this would be? Or, and maybe can I get some information of what humanoids would potentially live underground, come into a mine? Thinking about going off of the information that you're given and then rolling the skill check. Not only will you reduce the amount of skill checks that you're rolling, but you'll also get more specific, important information about what is happening. And then, like you're saying, David, it's more collaborative in that sense, that you're engaged in that conversation with the NPC in front of you that you're talking with, which is particular. They're firsthand witnesses, right? And they're recounting these things to you. You can always ask them questions, right?
Like, for example, I asked, does he seem, with Pelu, does it seem like he's lowballing us? Does it seem like he's nervous or anxious for a deal? Rather than, can I insight him? The excitement of wanting to make skill checks, but it is a little kind of like immersion breaking for other players at the table when that happens. I don't know if that makes sense to everybody else or
Yeah.
talking out my ass.
Yeah,
But
definitely.
No, that makes. I like your version better. I'm brand new to this game, so
Yeah.
open to any advice I can get.
Awesome.
we all start
What
somewhere.
Very little experience. Also,
Sorry. Oh gosh, there it goes. Cold voice.
There,
Sorry,
are you
guys.
all right? Your voice
I'm-
seems to be breaking up.
I'm fine. I'm just choking on my own mucus. It's what I was gonna ask was they mentioned that the language sounded kind of like Dwarvish. Would I have any knowledge of any kind of humanoid that speaks a language that sounds like Dwarvish but is not Dwarvish?
That is worthy of a skill check. Yeah. So go ahead and roll a nature check. I think at that point is a good roll to roll. You can also try just rolling an investigation check as well, which you can pick whichever one you like.
Well, nature, but hold on. I think my investigation's better than nature.
Yeah.
It is.
I'll
let's do
allow
investigation.
basically an intelligence-based check at that point.
Yes!
Nat 20! Nice! All right. So Thea, you know what they're referring as this language is Undercommon. This is Undercommon is a spoken language that has a Dwarvish dialect to it. It sounds a lot like Dwarvish, but it's not. Undercommon is spoken by a great many of creatures that dwell in the darkness of the depths. Based on the description of what you've been provided, these sound awfully a lot like gray dwarfs, or commonly called Duergar.
I'm gonna mention that to my fellows who are near me currently.
Okay.
See if they know anything more about Duragar, because I don't know if I know anything more about it.
Okay, so you relay what you have discovered to
Yeah.
the rest of the party. Okay.
can I see if I know anything about like Duergar culture, maybe military tactics, things like that that might come into play if we need to negotiate and/or fight them?
Based on your backstory, there's nothing inherent that you have that would kind of allude to that. I will allow you to actually roll an Arcana check in this endeavor, and then, depending on your success or failure. Natural one.
That's a balance.
I actually believe that Durgar are afraid of water. Just saying.
Duergar. That's a cool name.
I've heard rumors in a bar like 2 years ago that that Duergar are afraid of water and that their blood is yellow. You see?
Say, Joe, you got what you need, or you still?
Sounds like Duragar. Do you know anything about them?
I don't
ain't
tell
never
him to
heard of
Reg.
I was saying, would
Reg, you don't need to make a
Reg
check.
know anything about it, or hear any tales about growing up in the dwarven mines of anything breaking through the tunnels and attacking? Any fables or old tales?
Grey Dwarfs, where you come from, are spoken as a kind of a bedtime horror story to scare children into doing things. Grey Dwarfs tunneling into the mine and stealing, right, things and people, taking them into the depths further than any dwarf has gone. Your people do not call them Grey Dwarfs. You do not refer to them as a dwarf. You refer to them as Duergar. There's a clear separation between, based on histories of old, and that information, you'd have to roll a history check to figure out why that is.
I will attempt it.
Okay. 8. You're unsure of the connection of why there's a separation, but there's a slight responsibility that you feel that you have to make that distinction based on how you grew up.
Quick question.
Jorgar or Duragar?
So I was gonna ask, just out of character here, like I have the lucky trait. Am I allowed to let somebody else re-roll if they want to?
Oh, if you're saying if you can spend your point to do another roll for somebody else?
Yeah.
I don't believe that you can pass on a point to your companion like that. I think the lucky points are just for you.
Okay.
The only time that you can pass on is if there is a creature attacking you, I believe. You can actually try to shape that.
Gotcha.
So, I've not dealt with him. They're fairy tales. We would get told, you don't do your chores, you don't do this. The Drogar will carry you down into the mines. You never see anybody again. I've not, in all my time working, I've not never seen one, never had one break into our mines. So,
Well, I guess one way to find out, huh?
Do they speak common, or is their language completely different from? Is there any form of communication? That's essentially what I'm trying to ask.
I guess we'll find out.
Okay. Yes, you will.
we get to go see the boogeyman.
Correction. We're gonna go kill the Boogeyman.
I'm going to ask again the 3 miners roughly how many of these creatures did you see?
Roll intelligence checks.
Or you?
That's truth to character. I mean, what do you all think? They start kind of grouping their hands together and looking at their fingers. I mean, maybe. I heard maybe 5 or 6.
All right. I'm gonna look over at everyone else and say, "Hey, want to go check it out?"
Yeah. Sounds like something we can handle, no problem.
Last one there.
Let's try and be sneaky about it, though. I feel like if we take them out one by one, that'd be great.
I think if we don't go right now, Reg is gonna go by himself.
Reg is just gonna go into
The mind
the
is
mine
this way. It's to
by
the east.
himself.
Reg, this ain't the right way, man.
Wrong way. Wrong way.
So I drew the arrows to help with the guidance. That's so funny. That's so great. I should love.
We don't read signs.
Yeah, we don't read signs. The mind is this mind.
I'm sure we don't need to keep moving.
You don't need to move your tokens. It's fine. You can just state that you're doing that. It's
We're
okay.
racing.
Yeah. Okay, so
For the victory lap.
before we get to the next sequence of things, it's probably a good time to take a break. So we'll go ahead and take our 2-hour break here. Sorry, our 10-minute break at the 2-hour.
2 hours. Whoa.
Nice.
I just had a nice switch of the language there. Just completely switched it. Take a 10-minute break at the 2-hour mark here. So we'll come back at 6:11 p.m. PST. So if you're watching the stream, thanks so much. We'll be back for the second half. We appreciate it.
Thanks.
So welcome back. If you're joining us, we're coming to the second half of the session with Group 6 here. We'll be heading into the mine. So go ahead and just get right into it here. I'm going to activate this. This is just a quick sketch of part of the actual mine on the map. So this isn't the entire map that you've been provided. This is just the back kind of half of it that you're navigating through. I'll go ahead and queue up just some ambiance, or at least the Lost Mine ambiance, which is kind of interesting. Anyways, as you make your way, the particular lettering on each segment is specific to dwarvish runes. It seems to be particularly how it was actually designed to mark, hey, this is where we're going to expand outwards. And so you're going to these almost areas that are more wide in the radius. They're about 15 feet or so in the radius. And they go out to these different sprawling sections. And the sprawling sections are given more common nomenclature as well as numbers. And it's apparent that there is a level of a time when the mine ended in its previous owner and then continued. And the first 5 or 6 junctions with their 8-foot ceiling heights, they have almost perfect in their chiseling of stone. They're supported by semi-arches. And then after that point, it's more of like a squared off, and it's rough and it's haphazard. And there's just these pillars that are protruded up to support as best as possible, almost like they've taken river rocks and just kind of toppled them together, right? And hope that there would be a cave-in. Sometimes there's wooden beams that are brought in to support, mainly at the junctions, and those are kind of there. And those actually have light. There are lanterns that are hanging on them. And you can see that the light kind of designates to where the miners are actually working in their junctions. And so there might be one junction that has lights and the next one doesn't, right? There is an entire railway that continues. At a certain point, and that relates to this particular rune here. I'm going to mark it just with a circle on the map. The railway just ends, just stops, and there's this wooden kind of structure, kind of this block that kind of there, so that the mining carts don't just like go off of it. And then a makeshift kind of turn or rotation, so you can actually get the carts kind of maneuvered and turned and dispensed and kind of chucked off if they break or something like that. And so there's a lot of wreckage of metal and fragments of wood and other things that are there. As you're making your way through, the air continues to get less and less, and the elevation descends. So you're continuously moving downwards and then leveling off and then going downwards. And at some point, you come across a few miners that are actually pushing one of the kind of carts up. And there doesn't seem to be any mechanism that they're using to try to leverage. So they're just actually using brute force to push a cart up some of the hills and things that are in here. And as they kind of look at you, you're having to squeeze by in space as the width, it gets very tight between the junctions as you're having to maneuver by, and they look towards you and their eyes are going wide. Some of them have like bullseye lanterns that they're holding to give off some light as they're moving. And there's just a mixture of a variety of smashing rock noises. I'm going to go ahead and clear the drawing. You get to where, after an hour, you get to this point here. I'm going to advance the time clock just a little bit. And it's at the end. And you're noticing that the stone itself is kind of poked and prodded. There's a tunnel going off to the left and a sign that designates that. No lights come from the left side at all. And you focus your attention towards the east, towards your right. And from there, you actually see just about 10 to 15 feet so into a small tunnel with a 7-foot ceiling height. There are 2 miners actually that are there, and they're just shifting some things around a trio of carts that have been smashed and placed and haphazardly stacked. And my Discord crashed. Give us a second here.
Michael, you were murdered.
I just disappeared to somewhere else.
I'm slow to spell just now.
Discord literally just crashed. Okay, I'm back though.
You were
Everything's
banished.
good. Did you hear? Okay, what was the last thing you heard? The carts being stacked?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Smash.
Back to the stream.
Boom. Gone.
Huh? yeah. So
Getting beyond those cards was
Yeah,
the
so-
god of the universe.
that's the god of the universe. Do not pass. So as you have the carts, they're haphazardly stacked together. They're broken apart,
and they're stopping a width of roughly 2.5 feet. So it is a very narrow crevice, and then past that begins to open up and then kind of winds, turns, right? And so all you're seeing is darkness as you're seeing the actual tunnel begin to curve. The two miners are just kind of rummaging and moving things as they kind of turn around and look at you. One of which is a half-orc, the other one is a dwarf. The half-orc looks, "Are you guard?" Walks up and grabs a lantern on the ground and holds it up to you all and moves within at least 5 feet of space and just kind of looks at all. And, "You don't look like guard."
The special task force. We heard you were having some kind of a weird creature problem.
"Oh,
Come check it out.
yes. Well, that will be good. We'll move this." "Yes."
Anything you could tell us about him?
"Oh, we weren't there when it happened. Well, we were
Before
just..."
he moves anything, can I look like through like the gaps in where like these carts are and see if I see any signs of footprints or presence beyond in the tunnel?
So through the actual cracks, as best as you can looking, it seems that the actual tunnel itself curves in dramatic fashion. So you're only just seeing more tunnel as it goes. And you're looking at the actual space there, and you're not seeing any boot prints or anything out of the ordinary beyond ones coming towards you. And it doesn't seem from their footfalls and what you can get off your past investigation that it would be a numerous amount of creatures. It seems only a couple or 3 or so, and some of it's kicked and almost as if those were running footprints. So the people.
Right, but it doesn't look like maybe something was on the other side of the carts, like trying to get through them.
No, you're seeing no marks on the carts. You're seeing
Okay.
no force that has been pushed upon this barricade at all. As you do come to the actual carts, again, that's about 15 feet away from your party at this point as you kind of go towards that. You actually hear noises. And the noises you're hearing off of your passive perception are shifting in different bits of like metal, kind of like chinging, like ching, ching, chink. And then you also hear the swing of picks into rock and stone. As that happens, the half-orc speaks again. "We were just looking for our friends, too. They were here. We were working in a tunnel, and we heard commotion. We've been talking and trying to figure it out. They weren't on break, so we came back here, and it looks like this is still a barricade."
I think we should handle the barricade ourselves and have them wait here because I mean I want to be as quiet as possible removing this so they don't know it's been removed.
Okay.
I don't know how. I mean, maybe they could do it quietly, but I trust these people a bit more than I trust them for removing it. Or I'm actually saying this in front of them, so I seem like a bit of a jerk. And I'm like, could you guys stand like here with like these things ready, so that way if we need to like kind of run the fuck away from what's ever in there, you could just jam it back so they can't follow us.
"Oh, yes. I think we can do that, Robert. Yep. I think we can."
I'm gonna, like-
sign languaging to the actual.
I'm gonna like hold my hand out to Zell. I'm still looking at the half-orc, and I'm going to try to. You're saying that your friends were on the other side of this barricade?
Yes, there were 5 in there when the problem struck, and we were on break and we didn't see them. They were talking and saying that there was something that happened. So we came back here to investigate and find them.
Michael, can you clarify? Is it like covered from head to ceiling? Is there like area that we could crawl through?
No area to crawl through, so you're looking at the carts themselves have formed almost a barricade completely as they've been smashed and ran into it. There is some space that you're able to look through. In fact, probably get a good kind of ahead looking through, but definitely not enough to shove your shoulders through without disturbing it and like having it fall and topple.
Can any of you magic folk or look to Athala and Kel and Reg. Can any of you move this?
Actually, maybe I have an idea. I mean, we can move it definitely, but if you're asking to, if we can we do it quietly? Make
Don't
sure
you have
it's-
an
I mean-
owl?
I mean, you hear the stuff on the other side.
Yeah,
Right.
it sounds like people are mining down there.
I don't know how quiet we need to be.
How is the hole big enough that I can fit my owl through it?
Yes, your owl can go through there and fly through.
I want my owl. Can I send it through? But like very carefully. Like I'm telling this thing, like my owl, that it should go through. But the second it sees anything that even has a chance that it actually noticed it, it should just bolt back.
All right, so I need you to roll a stealth check from your owl, please.
Right. So, like I was saying, is there any way to move this barricade? I mean, that's cool and all, but eventually we'll have to get through.
Yeah.
For moving it,
Athala, Reg, you got anything?
let me check this.
Also, I
Also,
could do is
did you have-
probably move it from a distance.
Do we have to move the whole thing?
I mean, move part of it so we can get through,
Yeah,
right?
it'd probably be more beneficial to leave part of it up.
Yeah,
So
you
that
can.
it's
Would
less
rubble
exposed
be
up when we're
considered
running out.
like something being dirty, like it being stuck to rubble?
The carts themselves are not necessarily stuck to rubble in that context. You're phrasing. I kind of get the gist of what you're referring to. So right now, you could attempt to remove the top carts that have been piled into themselves into this haphazard pile. So you could just remove the top of them and then have a space to go over it. But again, you think about widthwise and then height. That even if you removed all of the carts, it's just big enough for one humanoid to go through at a time. And so you're kind of looking at a choke point in a way. So it's very strategic in the way that they push this, right? They're basically ran out, they grabbed whatever was there, and then they grabbed the cart, right? And they just shoved them in, and they started pushing and piling them and breaking them apart as best as they can to form this. And just as easily as it can be pulled apart. So there's nothing, there's no check necessarily that it has to pull it apart. But if you're attempting to do so quietly, you would be looking to do like a sleight of hand, right? To try to slowly take the pieces out without having to have it completely go down. That's what I think Ezekiel is getting at here with the magic and stating, is there anything magical to do that we can attempt to do this more quietly or more efficiently or in a way that I think is sufficing what you all are kind of attempting to do together here?
I have an idea for a spell, but it's not a ritual, so it would be using spell slots before combat starts.
Reg, you got something?
I have one bad idea and one that may work.
Let's hear them both.
It depends on so the carts are barricaded in, correct? Are they? If I use like reduce on them, would it only do one, or would I be able to count the whole barricade as the object?
I'm going to go ahead and say, for not make this redundant or make this any time consuming, I would probably say you can reduce all of it. Just reduce just the barricade down.
Yep. So that's the good portion of the bad idea. The bad idea is wild shaping into a rat or something to go scout over.
I mean, it's really what you're comfortable with. If you go there, we're stuck here behind this barricade while you're gone.
Oh, well, I can shrink it, make the barricade smaller, and we could remove it that way.
Is there a limit to how often you can do your wild shape?
I can only do it twice a day.
Okay.
Yeah. I'd prefer all of us roughly be able to stay together.
Okay.
Agreed.
Out of
So-
character twice per short rest,
Scouting
but
ahead.
Yeah, I know it's a short rest.
I don't mind scouting ahead, but I also would like to stay within decent range of the rest of you.
I haven't actually done the roll to send my owl ahead because it seems like we are still deciding.
I
But
went ahead
from the
and
looks of it,
paused
that
then.
seems like the best bet so far because if I lose my owl, I can always bring it back. I mean, it'd be a bit annoying, but it's a lot better than losing, like, you know, member of the party. It's,
So Red's
You
gonna
don't need
walk up and just reduce the barricade.
There we go, Reg.
See the barricade. Kind of go next to the half orc. Go. Oh, what the fuck? Whoa. Oh. We'll be here. Not sure how we can put that back.
actually, how long does reduce last?
You're looking as far as the time. Are you going to ask Reg that, or are you
Yeah.
just wanting to know
Yeah.
out of character?
Reg. I want to ask Reg.
1 minute.
Could we carry
gotta
them
go
along
through.
with us and throw them and then make them get big again before they hit the target?
Oh, that's cool.
I like it, but we probably need this barricade behind us to protect it if they get past us, right?
That's a lot
So
more
it-
boring, but man, the idea of just throwing big cards that expand at people sounds really fun.
Sounds
So-
really cool. Sounds a bit reckless.
So just
Okay.
just so we know, we have a minute to walk across it, and then I drop concentration. It returns back to size.
Well, no, we
Yeah,
can.
so as soon as you shrink it, I've stepped across.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
Just
it's
send the
it's
owl
just a
first
small
before we do
space
that?
there. I mean, this barricade is very
Yeah.
small, and just said for the act of trying to make it more complicated, grouped together. Again, it's bits and pieces of these carts that have been smashed together. You're able to reduce them, and as you do, you begin to walk into the tunnel, staying together. It's at this
Yep.
point you all mentioned trying to be stealthy after this. Is that the interpretation that you all are doing here? Is trying to be stealthy?
as
Yes.
much as possible, yeah.
Okay. So if that's the case, then I'm going to need you all to roll stealth checks, please.
I apologize ahead of time.
Ooh,
I am trying to.
I'm
Yeah.
tapping on that lucky trait.
That looked promising for half a second, and then it wasn't.
Actually, seems like half of us are just loud as hell by default, so maybe I won't.
Activate a new scene here, so you should be brought in. So what you're seeing as you come in here is the tunnel itself is barely wide enough, right, as you are moving through it in a linear fashion, and then you are now opening up. So the actual width just on the map as it progresses here has now opened up to the space, jutting outwards. The ceiling height has extended a little bit to about 9 feet or so. You're noticing there is a mixture of different pillars of stone that have been kind of thrown together and kind of pushed upwards to support the height here. You're noticing there is a kind of grooves and scratches on the actual stonework for those that particularly have dark vision. If you do not have dark vision, you can kind of get your hand maybe actually at the wall as you're making way. For those that do have dark vision, you're able to see there are carts that are currently in here. There seems to be dust kind of moving around them, almost as if things have been disturbed recently. But you do not see anything, and you do not hear anything anymore. As soon as you all stepped foot within the opening itself, it seems that the noise just stopped.
No one's
Could we
in here.
have someone look around the corner, like, sneakily, or?
Yeah, what's the owl doing?
Okay, I guess it's fine.
Ezekiel, as you move forward in the center of the cavern, your voices around you.
I'm gonna try and have my
talking
owl
amongst
peek around the
themselves.
corner.
Seems
I'm gonna
as
try to
though
have
the-
my,
Go for it. So you're saying the owl peeking around the corner of which corner here?
like, this one right here, like the one kind of.
Okay. Well, so
right there.
So that appears to be an opening of some kind as the tunnel has formed and kind of exploded outwards. You're seeing debris there, and the tunnel itself has a height of about 5 feet in its actual width, and its width is a little bit greater to about 3 feet. And just for the sake of it, it goes wide and then it shrinks down. So that's what you're able to see with the actual vision of the owl. Now, based on your passive perceptions, is that these creatures are not stealthy, as you're hearing now shifting and moving around, the changing noises as well, and you're hearing them communicate amongst themselves as they're talking. The voices are coming from over here. They're coming from over here. They're coming from over here. And a voice is coming from over there. And they're just talking amongst themselves in a very interesting language. It's at this point, I do not believe, if I read through your languages, no one speaks Undercommon, correct?
No, I speak Dwarvish.
Nope.
Not understanding the language, are we able to pick up on any like intonation, tonality? I don't understand a lot of languages, but I can tell when somebody's pissed.
Sure.
In another language.
Yeah. If you're go ahead and roll an insight check then, just to get a kind of an understanding of the room.
Can I also do that?
Yeah,
Because you
that's
said that Undercommon has a lot in common with Dwarvish.
Yeah.
Can I try and check if they're below us or above us?
What do you mean by that? There's just.
Well, you said the voices were like all around us, so I'm trying to check if they're
Yes.
like if it's just because it's an echo or if it's like because
No,
they're,
you're
like,
hearing
above us.
voices in the sense that they are on the same level as you, and they're just they're all around you, at the kind of the edges of this particular area.
And-
19 insight. Yeah, what's up?
I was gonna say, can I use my eye for detail to see if I can see hidden creatures?
Okay. So bonus action, use your bonus action to make a wisdom perception check to spot hidden creature or object, to make investigation check to uncover or decipher clues. So go ahead and make a perception check. $16. So these creatures are hidden, but they are not just hidden. As you're stretching and seeing the details of the dust moving around them, these creatures are invisible from your perceptions. As you see the shapes forming of some of them, I'm going to go ahead and quickly reveal a few of them that have rolled, say a few, but many of them that have failed their stealth checks to your perceptions, and seeing the dust and debris that's still kicking up surrounding their figures. 1 second. That is how many you see as you stretch, looking left and right. The figures that are moving and changing of metal and armor. They are invisible, so I'm going to go ahead and remove them. With your insight
Like just
check,
Thea that noticed them, right?
just Thea. No one else has seen them.
I am yelling. They're invisible.
I am running this way
So
immediately.
before you get to that, before anybody moves, so hold on, move your tokens back. We'll go ahead and pause it. We had checks from Ezekiel for insight, right? So we went from one thing to the next. We gotta go point A to point B, right? So Ezekiel, with your insight check of 14, the conversation is a slightly hostile, but not immediately combative. The conversation seems to be more confusion-based rather than threatening. Thea, with an insight check of 19, you are also able to get a similar understanding of the conversation. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and unpause it now. So Thea, you have the insight. Ezekiel, you have the insight, and then you did the perception, so you can base off of both of you what you're going to do from that, and then we can go to you yelling.
Now that she has yelled, can I move?
I'm gonna yell at Zell to get behind me. Because they're invisible. I know they're confused. But still, Zell is squishy.
Yeah.
And he's a child, so...
I'd like to put out like a non-threatening hands in the air. Hail! And not knowing where I'm talking to. Friends, I'm saying in common.
Okay. Your voice in common, coming from one that seems to step outwards a little bit and actually just visualizes into space. Who are you?
We're friends, hopefully. Enemies potentially, but hoping we can come to some type of understanding here.
What is it that you are wanting to understand?
You seem upset. Did did the people at the mining company do something to you?
Surround left and right. No. We are commanded.
Commanded by who?
Snaps eyes to you. Doesn't answer.
Can I, knowing that they are all around us, try and see where they are myself now? Since
At this point in the conversation, their actual effect have worn off at this point, so they are now becoming invisible space.
Clearly don't want any hostility here if it doesn't have to come to that. So if you don't make the decisions and you're commanded by somebody else, maybe we could talk to them.
Reason, from what you're understanding, is they all are wearing chainmail, wielding shields and war picks. They seem to have fresh kind of soot and dirt upon them. They also have, a few of them have backpacks that seem to have up on their shoulders. Rope as well. They are albino in their nature, kind of whitish hair and black eyes, pitch black. You seek audience. Surface dwellers. Spits in the ground. Who are you to demand such a request?
Not a demand, but a conflict between the surface dwellers and your people just leads to blood loss for everybody. Whether you win or lose, you lose people.
Themselves.
Really, we're just trying to understand what y'all are up to over here. I mean, you've given everybody else a little bit of a scare. You know, they're just a little bit concerned is all.
They should be scared for trespassing on Stonefist territory. Now within some of the visible range, the dust beginning to settle. It seems as though upon their shields as well as pauldrons appears to be a white and clenched fist, painted in white colorations. It's just this fist that's clenched upon each of them, marking them with a unifying symbol.
When he says that, I'd like to kind of look over and make eye contact with Reg and see if he registers Stonefist at all as some type of dwarvish thing or.
They do exist.
Right. Your territory, and the mine has trespassed on it. Surely something could be worked out, some type of mining right. Benefit your people, benefit ours.
There is nothing that we require from surface dwellers. I've had enough of the conversation. Leave now.
Is there somebody else we could talk to?
No.
I am gonna walk over to Thea and try and cast invisibility on her, without anyone noticing.
So real quick, Zal, they will notice they are going invisible. Thea is right in front of them. They see Thea, and they will go invisible. These creatures also were invisible themselves, so they understand what that is. So,
But they're all looking at someone else.
they are all around you, looking at all of you as they're stretching their
Oh,
eyes
okay. I thought they were
left
all
and right.
focusing on Ezekiel. Never mind.
Regardless, they would see with their peripherals, right? One has vanished in plain sight. That would be just letting you know, right?
I mean, I don't know. She's sneaky. I figured maybe she could make it look like she was sneaking behind the pillar and just disappears. I don't know.
Regardless of that, they would know that someone was gone, is what I'm saying. And that could cause problems.
Right. Well, we were just coming here to figure out what was going on. I kind of looked back at the rest of the party to try to get like a non-verbal consensus if we're staying or we're going.
Like my hand out, put a thumb down, low key thumb down on the situation.
I do the little like hand sign of like finger crossing neck. Just
Right. The Zell special.
Yeah.
I call out to the leader guy again. Excuse me, one more question. How far does your territory extend?
Our territory extends wherever we want it to.
Oh yeah, I could say the same thing, but if you had like a general, area, maybe you could point to it on a map for us. That'd be real nice.
And enough of these questions. You have been told. That is enough. You all value your lives. You will leave.
Snap my head back around. Hey, we came here in peace. Do not threaten them.
Do we have a
That's
rough
insane.
idea of how many there are that we can see or notice anyway?
So Joe, you do not have dark vision. So you are just hearing voices around you right now. Can't see anything.
I have a question.
He didn't even know they
Out
were
of
invisible.
Okay, out of character. What's up?
All right. You mentioned that they are albino. I am assuming that they have dark vision in the sense that they could see in pitch darkness,
So
like cave creatures.
So in fifth edition, dark vision just states that you can see in darkness, right? That's dark vision in fifth edition. So these creatures, you would suspect that they have dark vision that is superior to the standard.
So if I were to say, tell somebody to light a fire, would that hamper their vision in any way?
I would say that your information based on what you had in Nat 20 would tell you that they most likely have fires themselves and that they are not susceptible to that kind of light.
Never mind then.
I have a bit of a mechanical question. If I were to start the combat with a distraction, like making the sound of like an explosion behind them, would that like give us a surprise round?
I cannot tell you that or not. That is for you to do and then to take what happens afterwards. I will state.
So if I'm
I will state rules though for you. There is no such thing as a surprise round.
I'm going to look at Ezekiel and basically try to gauge which direction he's leaning toward.
You have no facial expressions to go off of, so I'm just kind of trying to gauge what you guys want to do as a group before I
I'm just
respond.
reading like facial expressions. I'm trying to read body language. Like, are you tensing up, getting ready to fight, or trying
I was
to back
much
up?
looser until he threatened the group, and then my feet are kind of planted a little bit different. My weight is shifted. I would say it'd be obvious that I'm ready to fight if I need to, but Ezekiel was like ready to leave, and he was checking with you guys whether or not we should leave or not.
Turns and looks for the tunnel, yells at one of them that's in the tunnel. This one disappears, running down the tunnel. Turns back to you.
Wait, the tunnel we came through?
No, the tunnel that they seem to have come out of, potentially. Grabs the war pick and the shield and holds it, clenching into the weapons.
Oh, friends, unless we're opposed, let's go. We got what we came for.
Yep, I'm with you.
Yeah.
I'm
Like,
It's
so-
a damn thing anyway, so I'm bouncing off the walls and shit.
Reg, you good?
As you all walk away,
This one looks towards you, Reg. Stares at you.
Which one? The one?
The one that's been talking, which is this particular one right here.
Oh.
This one is the one that walked down, has been talking, looks directly to you, stares. I would kill you for free.
In common or?
In common.
Oh.
Oh, asshole. All right, fine.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, we're fighting. Let's do this.
Yep.
It's up to all of you.
So,
We don't give nothing for free. You want to kill him, you got to pay for it.
well,
Catapult
Oh,
straight at him.
I was gonna say before all y'all start running back up.
Can I light a torch?
Yeah.
Reg, you had something?
Can.
So, what Reg wants to do, and it's goes against like what should happen, is since he just openly threatened him, he's gonna cover the section of where the 3 on the west and north with spike growth.
Okay, so before you do that, we need to roll initiatives then. So we're going into combat. So everyone go ahead and roll for initiatives, and then that's what you'll take on your turn. These creatures are not surprised by your fighting. As you return back, there will be no surprise, so you're going to be casting that on your turn. As these creatures have their shields and war picks out upon your return, holding them up, you see them begin to yell out in Undercommon. In unison, they all say the same thing. Hope that didn't cut out my video broadcast.
It did cut out.
It did.
Lovely. It seems to translate.
I'm sure it was epic.
Sure was great. I love it. The video broadcast is so great. Like, it's so good for everything, but except for I do creature noises. Like, it just cuts them out. All right. So is everyone's initiative rolled? Let's see.
Yep.
Yeah, it looks like we all got them on the board. So we're going to go ahead and begin combat. Dirty Joe, Buckwilder, you have the torch out. I do not require a torch to be held in particular offhand. I'm just going to go ahead and say that you have it, so you can use your bow at this point. Make it easy.
I am going to cast Ensnaring Strike on... Wait, why can't I target this guy? Oh yeah, T, right? Aha.
Okay.
And this guy right in front of us.
So you first have to hit. So you can declare that you're using your bonus action to Ensnaring Strike, and then you can fire off your arrow. So go ahead and make an attack with your bow. Awesome, 23. That is going to hit. Nice work. 23 with 6 points of piercing damage as you land the arrow directly to the upper shoulder, taken by the arrow. You see the kind of these fungus, almost a hyphae or mycelia, begin to kind of come out of the ground and wrap into the legs, pulling and restraining them. They are indeed restrained. I'm going to go ahead and attack upon the 6 points of damage, and then I will try to make a note to myself here to make sure to roll the d6 upon each at the start of its turns.
And I yell out, "He's pinned! Get him!"
Okay. You still have movement left? Are you doing anything with that?
I'm gonna move back towards the mouth of the tunnel. Just so I can get a, quick escape and then better view of who might be to the left or right.
Okay. Sounds good. We're going to end your turn there then.
Cool.
All right, Thala, you're up.
Okay. I'm gonna move up a little bit. There's like rocks and stuff on the floor, and all this is like loose pebbles and everything. That's mine, right?
Plenty of rocks in any manner of that. If you're talking about catapult, yes.
Yeah. I just want to go to the back row and like catch these 3 guys in the back. Like find a rock and shoot like all 3 of them, see which one it hits.
Okay, so you're picking up one and then launching in that line to hit all 3. Okay, so yeah. So go ahead and you can actually target all 3 of them. You can hold down Shift when you press T over them, and it should target almost a similar way as like
documents, right? When you're grabbing, just your regular computer files. Same way in that you should be able to group them all together, and then you can click your catapult.
I don't know why it's not. My kind of bar went away of my character. There you go. It's saying I must target one token before rolling an attack, but I targeted them already.
Okay, that's fine. Then
Check.
just target one of them. That's fine. It seems to be bugging out a little
Yeah.
bit. Just have one targeted, and then I'll pass over to the rest of the other two.
Because it would only hit another token if the first one makes their save and it misses them. So if creatures are in a
Yeah.
line,
Yeah.
it targets one at a time.
Okay. So as you take the rock here, so as you target the first one, I'm gonna assume the one on the left because you had that one targeted. That one is going to fail its dexterity saving throw. So on a fail, the object strikes on the fail, and then so it says on a failed save, the object strikes the target and stops moving. When the object strikes something, the object and what it strikes each take 3d8 bludgeoning damage. So it's just that creature with catapult?
Yeah.
Yeah, so if it misses the first creature, then
Then
the
it goes
second
on to
creature
the
has to
second
make
one.
the save. If it misses
That's
him, then the third creature has to make the save. If
Yeah.
it misses all of them, no damage.
I have misread that spell a lot. 18 points of damage as bludgeoning is.
Otherwise, it'd be a fantastic spell if it could hit
Hey, you know what?
multiple creatures at once.
Yeah.
18 points of bludgeoning damage is dealt as it failed its dex save. You see it crash in, taking the blow on the side from the rock as it impales into the kind of abdomen region. You hear as it kind of groans from the actual blow, and then is still alive, still standing, and raises the shield up.
All right, and then I'll move 10 feet. Actually, I'll move all my movement. I'll move right here in between, and that'll be the end of my turn.
Ezekiel, you're up.
Right? Move up to the guy that's restrained. And I'll make 2 attacks at advantage because he's restrained. Action, bonus action.
Okay. .23, the first strike is going to hit, deals 8 points of bludgeoning damage. You crash in again, kind of pulling upon the effect, and looks up. Shield's still lowered. Crunch into the abdomen. Takes the blow into the ribs with a large crack. Is still alive. Come across with another strike. 24 is going to be hit. 9 points of bludgeoning damage. Coming across the face, you hear the jaw snap and dislocate out. Teeth fall out. Blood is pouring from the mouth as he groans outwards, swaying side to side, barely alive.
Right? I'll action search. And make a third attack.
Okay. .23 is going to hit as you do 9 points of bludgeoning damage. Taking your fist, you go upwards into its head, and you hear the neck snap. It falls back and is dangling a little bit from the support of the actual restraints.
And since he was kind of like intimidating talking for the group, I just like to, if I can, with any bit of my movement, kind of throw his body just at the feet of the other ones.
Sure, so the restraint kind of ends, we would say, and you take the body, and Chuck, go ahead and say you're able to kind of get it. I'm going to have it just kind of launched maybe to the side as you pick, right? Moving from right to left, grabbing and throwing as it lands. I need you to make an intimidation check. .11. So as it lands down, they look to the body and look up, grab the shields, looking side to side, steadfast. They're still in combat, ready to fight you.
Cool. I'll use the rest of my movement to move up to them.
Yep.
And I'll my turn.
All right, so ending turn. Come to one on the right. Seeing you run up, this one is actually going to be moving 15 feet in this position, stops, raises the shield up, and actually takes the dodge action and turn. This one is going to move by the cart, go up to you, Regmore, swing the war pick out. So slaps down towards you. That's going to be a nat 1. It's always a good way to start off rolling. Okay, nothing bad happens as it crashes into the earth with a large splinter of rock. This next one is actually going to move up to it. As they come up next to each other, they group into their shields, thus forming a phalanx. This particular creature is now given advantage against you, Regmore, as it swings with its war pick towards you as they group together with bait tactics. 13 will hit you. You are dealt 7 points of piercing damage as it comes across into your shoulder. That's going to be the end of its turn. Come to this next one, seeing its friend dead, it's going to move its entire movement speed up, still raising its shield, facing the others as it grips. It maintains its posture and takes the dodge action on its turn. The one in front of you, Ezekiel, is going to just swing its war pick. As you run up, comes out towards you. It's going to be an 8, which misses out of the way as you dodge. It slaps into the earth, picks itself up. This one is going to move 15 feet, form a phalanx next to the one to it, and then take the dodge action as well as they group together. Zell, you're up.
You're on mute, bud.
Oh wait, I was muted. Sorry. Yep, just thank you. So move here. I'm gonna try and fire off a magic missile, hit this guy, and then just all him. I'm also gonna send my owl to help Regmore, which is annoying because I can't see the owl, so I'm just gonna that's not my actual movement. I'm just moving it so I can find the owl.
Fine.
Okay, so I send my owl to help Regmore with whatever he does next.
Okay.
I'm gonna move here, and I'm going to fire off a magic missile. All the shots aiming at that badly wounded one.
Okay.
Up. Actually, you know what? 2 of the shots. All
Yeah,
of
so
them.
it's your call. You're firing one after the other. So go ahead and unleash the first one, use the spell slot, and then for the other 2, don't use the spell slot.
Okay, so where is it? Spells. Magic missile. First level, yeah. Cast spell. That is going to be a 3.
All right, 3 points of damage lands into the shoulder with a large impalement. It's still alive.
And then second one, magic missile. Not this time. Doesn't consume a spell slot.
Correct.
Cast spell. Another 3.
3 points of damage. Still alive. So you go to the other side, taking the blow.
I think it is 3 darts, right? Yeah, so I get 1 more. So he is like probably gonna die from this. Yeah, last one. Ah, might survive. It's only like 2 damage.
2 points as he drops the shield, falling from the both blows. The third lands into the chest. You see it impale through the armor into the chest as it kind of takes multiple and then flies backwards into the stone and slumps down dead.
Okay, now that I moved there, so I can kind of like see everything, I'm going to move 5 feet back more here, and I don't think I have anything else I'm gonna do in my turn there.
Okay, Thea, you're up.
I'm going to use my bonus action to do insightful fighting on this guy.
It's a failure. However, that did take the dodge. If I believe you hovered over which one? That one?
Okay.
Yeah, so that one has taken the dodge, with shield is raised towards you. So it will be a disadvantage for the actual arrow, I believe. Even with insightful fighting, if I read the feature correct.
Okay. Yeah, you know what? I'm just gonna commit to that. I'm gonna run up to him and make a short sword attack,
Okay.
and that's at disadvantage.
Yeah, so I put the dodge effect on there. Sometimes it doesn't work for this advantage. Just hold down control when you use your short sword after targeting.
Press T to target him, right?
Correct. Hover over and press T.
All right. And then hold down control.
Correct. Ooh, even at disadvantage, that is going to hit. 6 points of piercing damage. You
And
kind of come over the shield, stabbing directly into the left area as it kind of groans.
do I still get sneak attack on him?
With your actual feature, so Insightful Fighting, so it says if you succeed, you can use your sneak attack against the target, even if you don't have advantage on the attack roll, but not if you have
Oh,
disadvantage
okay.
on it.
Yeah. All right. And that was my action and bonus action. And yeah, I'm gonna stay there.
Okay. Ending turn, we come to this one, which is now going to group together with its friend, forming a phalanx, comes and strikes towards you with the war pick at advantage as it comes across. It's going to be a 23 to hit you, Ezekiel. You take a total of 4 points of damage as it cuts in, so you're kind of getting out of the way of it as best as you can.
Ignore the roll. Sorry.
Okay. So it's going to come across, deal that damage, and it's going to continue their posture as they're kind of holding the shields up and almost as if they're coordinating their efforts together, grouping up in this way. Regmore, it's your turn.
Can I change up instead of casting the
can.
spike group?
Yep.
Huh?
Yes, you can. You can change it up.
Okay, well, I'm gonna throw Arc Skin on myself, and then Wild Shape into Direwolf.
Okay. Would you like me to wild shape you?
I think I know how. I just had to get the concentration going first.
Yeah, sometimes the effect after switching with the wild shape, it might not be on there, so I can always just put the effect back on after you do it. Go. Oh, fall.
Hey, I'm a large creature. You have a mount now.
True.
You know what? Can we actually do that? Can we ride him into battle?
You can mount Direwolf. This is a large-sized creature. Just be aware of movement speed, right? You have to take time to get on as well.
Joe, I think I know what you have to do.
My turn.
End of your turn, okay? This one is going to move 25 feet, come up to your side here, Thea, and is going to take a war pick out at a normal strike, reading for your left
I'm
shoulder.
going to give him an 8. Instinctive nation.
Okay. You're going to give an 8?
Yes. Does that hit? I don't think an 8 would hit. Yeah.
It does not. So as you see it striking for your shoulder, it veers off and kind of goes into the stone as it collapses into the ground, picks the war pick up and looks towards it, goes, almost as if unsure of what had just happened. All right, Dirty Joe, it's your turn. Top of round 2.
All right. As tempting as it is to hop on top of this giant doggy here in front of me, I don't really see what kind of tactical advantage that would give. So, I think I'm just going to cast Ensnaring Strike again on these two advancing guys over to the right. Well, the closest one to me, anyway.
All right, so Ensnaring Strike, you make the call, and then you make the shot first, and then you do the Ensnaring Strike afterwards. It's almost like you're priming your shot in a way, right? This creature did take the dodge. They're actually side by side in the phalanx, so you'll have to hold down control when you fire your arrow.
Is it supposed to be in features somewhere? I suddenly don't see it.
It is a spell. Ensnaring Strike is a spell.
Yeah,
But
I
first,
don't
fire
have the
your
spell
one.
menu for some reason. That
Okay.
is gone.
You are out of spells right now.
Oh.
I'm trying to think back.
Why?
I'm actually trying to think about what you have used, and I think that's actually accurate.
Well, in that case, yeah, I'm just gonna shoot at this guy then.
Okay. Ten. That is going to be a miss as the arrow goes into the shield.
Ooh, can I re-roll that with my lucky?
I believe you can.
All right, do that then.
I'm going to take the first roll out of the lot to re-roll one of the 2s. So I'm going to take the 8 that was rolled out of that was the first one that was sent out. 8 plus your modifiers is still not going to hit, so that is a total there of 8 plus 4, 12, 2. So 16.
It's a 16 to hit.
Yeah. I just want to make sure modifiers are being added because there's a lot of modifiers attached to it. I had to remind myself what you had, so. Counting helps. 16 is not going to hit, so that's going to hit the shield.
Ouch. Well, there's not really anything else I can do at this point. Well, is there? Am I allowed to, like, now that I know I can't cast any spells?
So you
Am
have
I
a
hop on the
bonus.
wolf?
You have a bonus action and you have movement. I mean, you could attempt to hop onto the wolf. I don't know how much advantage you'll get from it, simply because you're ranged. So you're using the bow, and being steady and placed is far better for ranged.
Yeah, I'm just gonna hang out here, there, and then end my turn. Not really anything else I can do. Unless
Alright,
I'm missing something obvious.
No, I don't think there's anything else that you have available to you.
Alright,
Okay, I'll follow you up.
Okay. Situation. I'm gonna look at, I guess, this guy in front of these guys. No, actually, these guys coming towards us, and I'm gonna cast Hold the Dead on one of them. I'm just gonna extend my arm towards them.
Okay.
Right. Even.
Okay, it is going to fail with a 5. It takes 2 points of necrotic damage. As you see, raising the shield, it kind of moves its head in a swivel just a little bit to give you that tell, but nothing else seems to happen.
And then I'm gonna kind of like get behind Greg.
Okay.
My turn.
All right, Ezekiel, you're up.
Okay. Go and try and hit that guy.
Okay. 20 is going to be a hit. So you come across, 8 points of bludgeoning damage, takes it in the shoulder.
Bonus action, offhand attack.
15 is not going to hit. Has raised the shield to kind of hit into the blow. Ooh, you hear a large clang noise as it kind of bounces off. It leaves a kind of an imprintation.
That'll end my turn.
All right, we come to one that was dodging. This one is now going to break formation as it charges, moving 15 feet, then 5. Coming up to you, Zell, as it raises its war pick.
Shield if that's gonna hit. If that's gonna hit, I'm gonna shield. If that's
Okay, you react to shield. It
um,
is going to hit.
the shield cast spell.
Okay, shield yourself. Okay, so +5 to your AC, unfortunately, is not going to matter as this is a nat 20 upon you.
Oh
As
fuck!
it
It's a
lands
crit.
down in a full run towards you. Zell, you take a total of 15 points of piercing damage as you raise the shield up to protect yourself. Strikes it right into your chest with a large crunch at the bludgeoning side of the pick as it holds it to and pulls it out and speaks in common. You'll die nicely. Ends its turn. Seeing you right here, Regmore, it's going to be coming out with the war pick, using its phalanx maneuver with its friend here, with getting advantage. That's going to be a 19 to hit. That does a measly 3 points damage to you as the 19 hit through your bark skin, prompting a concentration check. You're going to succeed on that, ending turn.
Now come to the one next to it. This one actually is now going to break formation as it sidesteps, still staying within your threat range.
Thing in that one on
Walks
hit. I'm giving that thing in that one.
Okay. As it swings around with its action to come around, it strikes into the ground. We go ahead and roll something. Just a bad miss as it goes into the ground, seems to veer off its path, raises up its shield towards you, ending dodge. The one up to you, Thea. This one is now going to sidestep directly here, getting into a phalanx with its friend and companion, coming around to you with advantage, raises its shield and comes in for a strike. 18 is going to hit you. That does a total of 4 points of damage. This comes across, skimming your shoulders, you're getting out of the way of it. End's turn. Now coming towards you, Ezekiel, this one is actually going to attempt to grapple you as it races out to grab onto you to hold you down potentially. Go ahead and make an opposing athletics or acrobatics. 18. Easily successful there as you kind of reaches and almost trips over itself. You just kind of throw the arms down. It grumbles to itself. Ending turn. Now come to the last one, grouping together, raising itself in formation. This one is on the run and is going to come in for a strike. It's going to be another nat 20 towards you. Zell.
I got hit by 2 nat 20s in a row.
Did.
Deal.
Courtesy of the fireworks.
Let me quickly just check something. Do I have anything I can do?
I do not believe that you have anything to do in this particular regard. You take,
Can I chrono shift one of those?
You could use your reaction to chrono shift the attack. It was one attack roll, yes, as your reaction.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'll do it for one of them.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and re-roll it then. All right, so you re-rolled. It's now a 6. That's going to be a miss as you see this barrier protrude and the war pick kind of slaps into it and almost goes back in time as it reverbs back. And you see the creatures look towards the pick in confusion. Ending turn. Zell, you're up.
Okay. I have a question. Is innate spellcasting affected by the wizard you can't cast 2 spells in a turn rule?
Any spell casting is considered part of that rule.
Okay then, I'm gonna poison spray the barely wounded one in front of me. So him, poison spray.
Alright, so it is going to fail with a 12. However, this creature seems to have some resistance to poison as you slather its flesh and seems to stay on, and almost its face is kind of resisting with the skin.
Very useful now. Now I'm going to Misty Step away.
Okay.
Misty Step. Here
After
we
you
go.
click Misty Step, it should give you a sphere around, and you just have to click in some space after that circle appears around you.
Yes. Let's go right here. Like, as far away as possible.
Okay. Anything else on your turn?
That was a bonus action and action. My owl is still... Yeah, I'm gonna keep my owl where it is with Rigmore. Or actually,
Okay.
wait, let's see who's after me. Yeah, I'm gonna keep it there.
All right. Sounds good. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and end your turn then. So maintain your position there.
Oh, yes, sir.
Come to Thea. Thea, it's your turn.
I'm gonna hit this guy with a short sword attack.
Okay. Nine is going to be a miss. It's come with the short sword, stabbing into the shield, glancing blow.
And with my bonus action, I'm going to make an offhand attack with my dagger. Can I do that? I think I can. I think I can.
Yeah, 2-weapon fighting.
Yeah, you can do.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just 2-weapon fighting. Obviously, modifiers are going to be different for damage, but it should be fine.
Yeah. Okay.
No dexterity modifier on it. It's just the D4 if it hits.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, 19.
So just the one.
19 is going to hit. That deals 1 point of damage directly to the one in front of you. Yeah, we get a little nick into the side there.
I'm going to side. I'm gonna stay where I am because if I move, this guy's gonna get a opportunity attack, right?
Correct.
Yeah, so I'm staying where I am.
Okay. Maintaining position, we come the one next to you, Ezekiel. It's going to raise its war pick. Does not have advantage from the phalanx since the previous one had lowered the shield. That is going to be a 19 to hit. That does a total of 4 points of piercing damage to you as it comes across once more. And you're able to get it out most of the damage. You're dodging away, and it kind of grumbles a little bit, upset that it's not kind of killing you fast enough. You're able to kind of get out inside of these blows. End's turn. Regmore.
I feel for it.
I'm going to shift and bite
Okay.
the new one in front of me.
All right, so you are being helped. So go ahead and hold down Alt.
Yeah, I'm being helped, and I have the pack tactics on it. And it's shift or alt?
Alt. So hold down Alt. All right, so 15 as you come across into target, no worries. So 15 is not going to hit this target as it raises its shield, rotating as you kind of snap towards it, grabs into the shield, the bite kind of yips towards, kind of holds it fast.
Oh, that's end of my turn.
Ending turn, we come to one next to you, Thea. This one is going to reach out and try to grapple you. Please make an athletics check or acrobatics check, please. "15, you are unsuccessful. You are grappled as this one reaches out and wraps around you. As it does, it begins to speak in its language. It begins to take motions of pulling you. Moves you 5 feet with some of its movement grabbing you, aimed towards the tunnel that it came, or supposedly came from. Begins to pull you in that direction. Ending turn. Birdie Joe, you're up. Top of round 3.
Alright, the barely wounded guy right in front of me. I'm gonna shoot him in the face.
Okay.
And I'm gonna use my lucky trait again and reroll that.
Okay. Go ahead and fire away again here. Alright, take the 13. 13 is going to be a miss into the shield.
I still got one more, right?
Oh, to lucky? Yeah, you should have one more luck point, I believe.
Alright, let's use it. We're in dire straits here.
Okay. I'll go ahead and normally you can't use it after the roll has been determined, so just an FYI. But I was quick to speak, so it's totally fine. 20 is going to hit, 6 points of piercing damage as you come across. This arrow, instead of hitting the shield, kind of goes upwards a little bit into the shoulder of the creature, so it's slightly lowered. Takes the blow and is still alive.
Okay, I'm gonna stay right here with my buddies. Try to hold them back, just so they don't get Zell.
Sounds good. Othala, you're up.
Okay. I'll look back at Zell real quick, and I'll be like, "You were supposed to lead this pack, you know?" And then quickly turn back. I'm gonna cause fear at 2nd level.
Okay.
How would I upcast?
Should prompt you for the upcast, I believe. In this case, it just adds a different creature to be targeted. Just target one creature for now, and then I'll just pass on. I'll just do the saving throw manually. So just let me know which ones you're attempting to do.
Okay, so I'm gonna do the first one that I already targeted, that one on the right, and then the one in the middle.
Okay. Cool. Just go ahead and expel the spell slot and then upcast it, and then I'll go ahead and roll the saves right now.
Okay, and then... It does prompt you to do it. Sorry.
That's okay.
Thanks.
Yeah, it's just to get the spell slot there. All right, they both have failed as I immediately rolled those saves there. So the saves they have failed as you cause fear, frightening. There's just almost like a brace of illusion in front of their face, and shadowy energy begins to trace. They look around, as they're kind of shaking their heads wildly.
Just be like, turn back, and that would be on my turn.
All right, Ezekiel, you're up.
Wait, I am going to step back, provoking attack of opportunity from both these people.
All right, both of them hit with 22s, both of them, on the attack of opportunities. However, they only do 9 points of damage in total as they come across, sliding towards your back, skimming it.
Okay. Seeing Thea being taken away, I'm going to smash my fists together, activating my Giant's Might and doubled side.
Do you want me to change your token for you? You're muted.
Yeah, it does seem not to be letting me do it. So if you could, there we go. So in big form, I'd like to come over and just come over here and try to shove the guy that's grappling her to try to break her out of the grapple or wrench her, whatever you think.
You can knock prone or shove. Your call.
I'm gonna shove him out of the way so that she's no longer grappled.
Okay.
So that's an athletics check.
Yep. You are successful, so it is shoved. I'm also going to position the shove 5 feet based on what your token is. So you have a kind of a range as your large size creature. So you can shove 5 feet in a direction, so I'll have you kind of shove that way to break. You are broken the grapple, so you're no longer grabbed. Kind of takes the blow and kind of slides back from the massive shove that you've.
Then I'll just step further.
Okay. Anything else in your turn?
Enter.
All right, we come to the one that's frightened. Continues and raises its shield as it's moving into different things. As the fear is overwhelming it's actually going to maintain its position here and is going to take the dodge as it kind of continues its presence here. So it's going to take the dodge and end its turn, so unmoving. I'm going to go ahead and roll that save. So it's still frightened as the shadowy energy is around it. And I'll go ahead and mark this as a dodge as well. The tick. Regmore, there's a swing coming out towards you with a war pick from your left side. This is going to be a 14, which misses as you're able to kind of the bark skin as it scrapes against it and slides off, ending turn. Now come to this one who isn't frightened. It is going to be taking a war pick swing towards you, Regmore here. That's going to be a 19 to hit you. That does a total of 3 points of piercing damage as it comes across, penetrating through the bark skin a little bit and lacerating. Maintain concentration, ends turn. Seeing you shove and becoming massive, there is a word that is said in their language as now makes way and groups up and turns, as holds the shield and looks towards their friends. So it kind of grumbles, taking the dodge action on their turn. Ends that. This one's going to group up together, takes the dodge as well, ending turn. Now we come to the one that's frightened. This one is going to maintain its position, taking dodge as well, grouping its shield together. And ending its turn, so I'll roll a save of wisdom for the fear. That is going to be a failure, so it's still frightened. Zell, you're up.
I'm gonna launch a I was thinking of doing a mirror image, but they're all less than 30 feet of me, and I have some things, so if they get close to me, I can make sure they don't actually reach me. So I'm just gonna launch off a magic missile at the wounded one. That's actually no, that's dodge. They have dodge. Oh wait, it's a guaranteed hit, right? Dodge would affect
Correct.
that.
Dodge does not affect your magic missile.
Okay, I'm a magic missile the wounded one. Yeah.
Okay.
Spells, magic missile.
3 points. Okay.
Man, my magic missile damage should be going super low today. Can I spell again? I keep getting 2s. So I can go like single 3 or 4. And
Damage is damage.
spell magic missile one last time. Come on, 4. Ah, 1.
Alright, 2. So
Yeah,
you do
he
a
is
total.
bad.
You do a total of 8 points of force damage as all 3 kind of go in multiple times. It's frightened and takes the blast as you see multiple different kind of penetrations or punctures, I should say, inside of its actual metallic armor. Is still alive.
Good shot, buddy.
In that case, I'm going to move my owl to actually go help Thea instead, since it seems like Regmore's got it, and Ezekiel has a lot of different attacks, so one specific attack landing doesn't matter as much. And yeah, actually, Othala, are you okay, or do you want to stay right there, or like? Because I can give you the help action if that's what you want.
Oh, so we are in combat.
Oh yeah.
So I'll probably say
Okay.
just whatever you're feeling. You obviously sent help towards Thea already with the
Yeah,
owl,
Thea,
and I think
then.
that's good.
Then I'm gonna yell at Othala. You try getting hit like that and stay on the front lines. Okay, I'm done.
Oh, sorry. Didn't mean to see what okay. Thea, you're up.
I mean,
Um,
the wizard motto is basically portal away, so you know.
Yeah.
I was just doing what was expected.
I'm gonna right on this guy
Okay.
and make a short sword attack.
Alright, so you have advantage. You're being helped by the owl, so go ahead and hold down Alt. Alright, 23 is going to land. That does 9 points of piercing damage. Please go ahead and roll your sneak attack. Nice. So 18 points of damage total as you come across, stabbing into its gut. It takes the blows you pull out, and blood kind of begins to pour out reddish in coloration from its gut. And he takes the blow and he continues to stare daggers towards you, and then looks up and looks down and raises the shield. Still ready to fight?
I'm going to use my bonus action to make a dagger attack against it.
Okay. "17 is not going to hit as you come across with the dagger coming in with the strike. I believe the help is just for one of those attacks, so you do
Yeah.
not get advantage with that. So the 17 is it grabs the shield and rips it towards the dagger. It kind of glances offwards as it was trying to protect that side of the body primarily.
And I'm staying where I am.
All right, we're going to end your turn there. This one is going to advance along with the trio, now a trio forming here, and it's just, they kind of stretch as they link shields together. It is going to be taking the dodge as well as they're grouping together, and they all begin to say the same thing. This time they're yelling it in common as they're saying it together. Giant! 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 And they're grouping their shields together as they are using a specific tactic to approach you now.
Target that one and wait. And Pack Tactics affects that one.
Let me go ahead and make sure. I believe you have an ally within 5 feet of the creature, and the ally is incapacitated. So it has to be 5 feet of the creature that you're attacking. So you do not
Okay.
have pack attacks. 7. It's going to be a miss. Raises the shield. Getting into the shield. My word! The rolls tonight! I have to say, this is not good. Wow.
No.
These rolls are not good.
I'm getting
Take a
gosh.
nap before we came out.
I
here.
really want lucky right now, man.
I mean,
Yeah, no kidding.
Joe had to use all of his luck points to stand an arrow. Wow. All right. Regboard, you do not hit.
That's
Can he roll that again, please? Sorry.
oh,
Are you using your reaction?
Yes, I'm gonna waste my reaction for this.
So go ahead and do it again. Take whichever damage is higher.
Oh my
Oh
god.
my god.
Oh
I think
my
it's
God.
it's time to stretch it out. Gonna warm up the magic fingers a little bit and think about what's going on here. That one. Okay.
All right, so just out of character. If you got anything big, you pull it out now, or we die.
It's just a miss again. Curl shift out. Nothing happens.
Just start like just clearing the exit if we need to run. Like,
Regmore.
I was saying that jokingly, but like we might actually need to run.
I don't know, Regmore. Use your attack action. You have your bonus left, and then you have your movement.
oh no, I'm staying where I am. To
Alright.
provide protection for that. But I was going to say that, we didn't have second breakfast, so I can't fight.
You always need your second breakfast and third lunch, man. That's really important.
Ending your turn, stab to the gut, looks towards you, Thea, but it seems as though there's some sort of fixation now that Ezekiel is taller, and it is kind of looking as it raises out its shield and its weapon towards you, and then goes in for a quick war pick strike towards you, Ezekiel. It's going to be a 9, which misses as your kind of goes in, and you're quick to move, and it's almost thinking maybe you're going to be more lumbering, but you're not, and it strikes into the ground and looks up, and slight fear is overcoming the face. And its turn. Dirty Joe, you're up. Round 4.
Quick question. This little icon that's right next to these two guys that are feared, not the feared one, but
That is the
What
dodge.
is
They
that?
have taken the dodge action. When they do that, they're raising their shields, and they have disadvantage against them. So if you fire an arrow, you will be disadvantaged as they are attempting to
Ah.
dodge what you're firing at them.
okay. Well, in that case, I'm going to target this other guy that's next to them that's not doing that, and I'm going to try to shoot him in the face. I can get my menu back up here. There we go.
23! That's gonna hit!
Finally.
10
Get
points of
some!
piercing damage. Nice. As you fire the arrow, goes directly into the chest, and one of its lungs kind of gasps for air, but it's still alive as it grabs into the arrow and kind of breaks it with the hand.
More where that came from, good buddy. Yeah, there's nothing else I can do, so I end my turn.
Follow, you're up.
Okay, so I'll kind of I'll just point my hand out like a little finger pistol, aim at the guy in the middle in front of us, and cast Sapling Sting.
Okay.
Hell yeah.
Alright, it's going to succeed on its Constitution saving throw of the 22. Takes no damage as you send out. The tendril goes in and just kind of dissipates about it.
Yep. And then I'm gonna move back 10 feet.
Oh, Thala! Guess who's running now?
Ezekiel, we're going to come to your turn here.
Okay. So I'm going to just circle around here.
Okay.
Now, stay exactly where I'm at, kind of interposing between me and Thea. I will bonus action Second Wind.
Nice! 13. I'll go ahead and apply it.
I will take the dodge action, and as I do so, I'm going to just beat on my chest and be like, "Come at me, little ones!" Trying to get as many of the Durgar's attention towards me as I can.
Okay. Ending turn. Now come to the one that is frightened. This one continues its position, continues raising up its shield. It's going to be taking the dodge, and then at ending its turn, it's going to be rolling a saving throw here. Okay. It succeeds with a 16. Othal, I believe your DC is 15.
Yep.
No longer frightened. It's going to end the effect and end its turn. Come to the one to your left here, Regmore. Just going to maintain its position, swinging a war pick at you. It's going to miss with an 11 as it kind of glances off your bark skin, ending its turn. This one in particular is actually going to move all the way through towards you, Othal, as you are sidestepping, backing away, seeing that you fired a spell towards it. It kind of rotates its attention, charging forward. As it is, it's going to come and swing at you with its war pick. That's going to be a 17.
Yep, that hits.
That's going to do a total of 10 points of piercing damage to you. It's also going to take away your temporary. I believe the temporary is still associated. We'll go ahead and count it, right? 24. So as it kind of comes through, slaps into your shoulder, lacerating and pulls it down, raising its shield. It yells at you in common. Try to go! Okay, as you bang on your shield, they begin to advance. Not in phalanx formation yet as they come to. Rolls at disadvantage. 16 is going to be a miss as you dodge that one. Come to the next one. This one's going to move. Still not in phalanx quite yet as they're kind of charging forward, running, right? Going in for vigorous swings. Almost as if they're battle charging all at once. And that's kind of what they attempted tactics that they're doing here. That strike 13 with disadvantage is going to miss. So both of them miss you, Ezekiel. We're going to come to here, this one. I'm going to go ahead and take the dodge action and then roll a wisdom saving throw for the one that's frightened. It is still frightened, but it has taken the dodge and it's not advancing.
I'm supposed to roll a constitution save as well, I'm sorry.
Oh. Yeah, go ahead. I'll put the concentration on it
For
so you didn't add it.
the few.
It's okay. Okay. Should be good. Zell, you're up.
Okay. The owl is now going to come and it's going to actually help Dirty Joe. I'm going to have it kind of like stand right there so you can help out Dirty Joe. Actually, it's going to stand right here. Like just kind of that side of him. And then I'm also going to fire off another magic missile at that badly wounded one that's dodging.
Okay.
I'm going to fire off 2 to hit him and 1 to hit the wounded one that's right in front of Thala.
Okay.
That explains that I'm on the wrong guy. Spells.
Why doesn't my owl have spells? What is this? Alright, first one is 2 points. Alright, still alive.
Okay. Missile. Cast spell. Come on, Bia. What is that? Is that one or?
Other 2 is still alive as the 2 hit directly into it.
I'm not allowed to. I decide which ones I'm going to hit beforehand, right? So I can't switch it now to kill him, or.
Magic missile is really interpreted that you're firing the missiles off in succession to them, so you can direct the targets to hit one or several creatures, and you do that as you roll. So it's not necessarily that all missiles are coming out at once. You're actually firing one, firing another, and firing another. That is my interpretation of this one.
Sorry, Othala, then, but I really want to kill this guy. Another one! I've rolled 1 on every damage dice.
Still alive. Hits multiple times, takes the blows, side to side.
I rolled 3 freaking ones. I hate it. Okay. Yeah, in that case, I've set my owl. I have nothing else to do. On my turn then, yeah.
Okay. Alright, there you're up.
I'm going to attack the guy in front of me again. The short sword.
Nice, 23 is going to land. 6 points, roll sneak attack. All All right, 16 points of damage as you come. This one drawing its attention towards Ezekiel. You take the advantage with the short sword, stabbing directly through the neck and twisting the blade. You hear kind of a pop from some of the actual spinal columns. Takes the blow and flies off of your blade onto the ground.
Okay, and then I'm gonna move here and attack this guy with a dagger.
Okay.
Actually, can I attack him with the captain's rapier? Is that one-handed weapon?
It is a one-handed weapon. I am trying to recall if a rapier is light to fit that category.
It is not.
I don't believe it is. So no, you cannot.
Okay. I just thought it, so I figured I'd ask. Okay, so dagger attack.
13 with the bonus action dagger as you come swinging around is going to be a miss. You strike into the shield.
I'm gonna stay where I am.
Ending your turn there, then we come to this one. This one is going to yell out something into the air. As it does, it seems to enlarge itself as it grows dramatically in size, kind of rivaling that of Ezekiel. As it grows outwards, has the Warpick and swings towards you, but not on its turn, as that was an entire action to do that. So it's kind of riding itself up and then coming in for the swing. And I'm imagining the big slow motion of it. So it's definitely telegraphed that it's coming towards Ezekiel on its next turn. So
Wait,
you have that.
at the end of its turn, I'm going to use my reaction to use the stone ruin on it.
Okay.
It has to make a wisdom saving throw or be charmed.
Okay. All right, it is going to be a failure as it is now charmed. You see it just writhing the Warpick up. It kind of lowers it, stares in.
So while charmed this way, it's incapacitated.
Okay, I'll go ahead and mark that as well
Now, Kith.
in case we go through any sort of attacks or anything towards it. This is a state of euphoria.
It can repeat that save at the end of each of its turns.
Gotcha. All right, so Regmore, you're up.
I'm gonna bite the one in front of Othala.
All right, so pack tactics, I believe, will come into play here, as you do have an ally within 5 feet of the creature.
I need-
Died. All right, died. It's not gonna hit. Let's go across with the bite. Go down to the ground.
Did one of us like kick a leprechaun today? What
I
happened?
don't know, but
Is
something's
that what
going
that
on.
was that I kicked? Maybe I should do that next time.
So bad juju right now for sure.
I got hit by 2 critical hits. I rolled all lowest damage. He rolled with advantage, got 4 and a 2. Like, what's the?
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting thing. Regmore, are you doing anything else?
Nope.
All right, coming to the top of round 5, Dirty Joe, you're up. You are being helped by the owl as the owl sits on your shoulder and begins to pull an arrow out for you and tinks you on the head with it.
Do I get any kind of disadvantage by using my longbow since this guy's right here in front of me?
You do. That technically is in melee range and is engaged in melee as well with somebody else, so you will have disadvantage. Yeah.
Okay.
But you have the help action from the owl, so it's like a.
Correct.
It should cancel out, right?
Yeah, so it negates, so that's going to be normal strength.
On the other hand, if I use my my short sword, that owl help, does that get me like an extra dice roll or something?
Yes, that gives you advantage. So you roll 2d20s
Okay,
and
I'm not
choose
taking
the
any
highest.
chances. Everybody's got garbage dice tonight, so I'm just gonna see if I can stab this guy in the face.
It's a very wise, experienced player there. Nice one. Yeah. 13 though. Here you only rolled once, so give me another roll.
Do I hit, is it better for me to hit the short sword button again, or do I just roll a d20?
Just you can click the short
matter.
sword button again. It doesn't matter. Just whatever you get the roll out. I'll take whatever damage is highest. So 13 and 11. So we take the highest, which is 13. 13 is going to be a miss against this creature. So you stab directly towards the back, and you get into some of the chainmail of the creature and pull it out.
Well, that's that, I guess.
All right. Come to Athala.
Oh wow. Okay. Let's see. I'm going to. I'm gonna point at a rock next to me and just cast catapult at this guy in front of me. Yeah, it's my plan. Garbage dice. Oh no.
It is going to fail its saving throw, so it does take 5 points of bludgeoning damage. And you can't make
We
it
did
up.
something!
You can't make it up. 3d8, you got 5 out of it. Wow. 5 points of bludgeoning damage. This is the little pebble you pick up. You're probably, you're in a rush. It's up. You just got hit. It's in front of you. You just throw it. It kind of hits into its face and kind of glances off. There's a little bit of a laceration on the chin. It just like looks at the pebble and looks back at you and growls.
Yeah, this is fun. This is fun. And that's the end of my turn.
All right, Ezekiel, you're up.
Cool. I'm gonna make first attack on the one that Thea already attacked.
.24 is going to land, so that's going to be 10 points of bludgeoning, and make sure you attack on the giant smite attack. So an additional 15 points of damage as you come across, smashing into the shoulder. You hear a crunch, you see the shoulders drop. The shield is gone as it falls to the ground.
Bonus action offhand attack.
Okay. Oh
My God.
All right, just a bad miss as it comes across. It drops the shield, kind of sidesteps out of the way, and you kind of crunch into the ground with a kind of an open clenched fist. It's still up.
Enter.
No longer frightened, advances and moves up. Looks towards you, Dirty Joe. Grabs its war pick, barely alive. Swings it out to you, gets a nat 1.
Hey, it's not just me tonight.
Takes the war pick, the weight of the momentum carries through. It's unable to hold on as it does. It falls prone, slipping upon itself onto the ground. Ends turn. Regmore, another swing is coming towards you here from the one on your left. Aim towards your back, right legs. 12 is going to be a miss as it glances across. You come to this one fixated on you with all. It goes in for a war pick strike towards you. That is going to be a 23 to hit. Athala, you take 9 points of piercing damage as it strikes into your left shoulder. As it continues, it seems to be striking in very similar locations as well. Nat 1 on concentration. No longer is the creature feared, as your cause fear has ended. Ending turn. They seem to be drawn towards you, Ezekiel. This one pays no attention after taking the damage, and you've also crunched into its shoulder, and it raises what it can with the war pick towards you. That is going to be a 13, which misses. This is a weak attempt at striking, landing into the ground. Ending turn, we come to this next one. This next one is going to come in with a war pick strike towards you. Again, focus your attention on you. 16 is going to be a miss. Ending turn. Come to this next one. No longer feared. Shakes off the effect, charges forward towards you, Dirty Joe, aims its war pick towards you. That is going to be a nat 20 to hit.
I unblock my Cloud Rune and make it hit the one next to Athala instead.
Okay. Ooh.
I can redirect attack after I know that it hits to
You wanna
another
do that
creature. Actually, another one within 30 feet, so I can't do Athala. I can actually do this guy.
You want to do that one?
Yep. The other one's just outside of my range.
It dealt max damage, which is 20 points. So Clash is taking the blow into the chest. It seems to kind of be manipulated in space. Takes the blow into its chest. It is wide-eyed, wheezing at its lungs. Blood is pouring from its mouth. It's still alive. That's going to be the end of that turn. Zell, you're up.
So, do you mind if I describe that, how that looks real quick?
Yeah, no, if you want to describe it, go for it.
Yeah, so that warhammer coming towards your chest, and it's about to hit your chest, and there's what looks like a rune that appears in front of your face, and the warhammer disappears through that rune and hits the other Duergar. So you see a warhammer hit him in the face.
What in the hell?
That's awesome.
Well, that's mighty fancy.
That's super cool. Zell, go for it.
Okay, I'm gonna keep my owl on Dirty Joe. I don't like using my last spell slot, but I'm gonna do it because, yeah, there's a lot of people that are really injured here. I'm gonna fire off a 2nd level magic missile, which is really the. Do I have anything else? Yeah, just 2nd level magic missile because I forgot to prepare another offensive spell. I'm gonna shoot one off at that guy that's prone, since it's guaranteed damage to take care of the prone effect. Finally! Finally, 5 damage.
Prone on the ground, it kind of picks itself up directly into its neck. You see multiple
Okay.
punctures.
Then the other 3 are gonna go after the guy, just behind
Alright.
Riggamore.
So Thala, darts are beginning to wrap around you because they come at an angle, right? So they're just kind of wrapping like around you into the target in front. So go ahead. You have 3 missiles to fire.
Okay, I need to fire those in a I need to fire those off my thing.
Did you use a spell slot? And it's probably not allowing you to do it.
Could you spell? No. Okay.
Oh, you're targeting that one? The one next to Rigmar?
Yeah, behind, next time, because he's near death.
Okay. 2, so it's still alive after that one strikes into its right side. That's out.
No, one more. Oop.
All right, 4. The third one goes off. It is dead. As it takes to the abdomen, the next one goes into its head and Pale punctures straight through it. Falls down
Okay,
dead.
then the last one I'll do is the one next to Athala.
Okay.
Magic missile.
All right, 4 points going into it. Still alive as it takes some of its shoulder and its pauldron in multiple different places it's chipped off.
Okay, yeah, that's it for my turn. Owl is helping Dirty Joe.
All right, sounds good. We'll come to Thea.
Alright, I'm gonna target this guy with a short sword attack.
Okay.
No.
8. It's going to be a miss. He's come across, stabbing to the one to the right of the really wounded one. It has its shield lowered and away, kind of brings it across, takes the blow and kind of pinches the blade and deflects it.
Alright, and then I'm gonna offhand attack this guy with my dagger.
15 is actually going to hit this creature. I'm going to go ahead and allow it, and I'm going to go ahead and take 1 point of damage to it. Now, that is going to trigger your sneak attack, because it's just on a successful hit. So go ahead and roll sneak attack. All right, 6 points. You're able to take it out as its shield is down. It's weak. It's already been crushed, and it kind of is caught off guard by the dagger as it comes across. It's looking towards the blade. You take the dagger to its left side of its neck, this is its collarbone, shove it down, pull it out. The large plunge blood just kind of begins to spit, and it falls down dead.
Great. And I'm going to stay where I am.
All right, maintaining position. We're going to end your turn. We come to this one. Incapacity, cannot take anything. It's just grabbing at random things around it. It's going to make a save. No need to ask your DC. Ends turn. Effect's still there. Rigmore, you're up.
Moving right there to block off the one in front of Dirty Joe from getting back and attacking the one in front of Athala.
Okay. "19, finally we hit 10 points of piercing damage as you come biting in to its kind of its shoulder. I don't know why I did half damage. It should be gone. So as you bite into its shoulder, you begin to writhe around upon it for a brief moment, and as you do, you kind of pick it up in your jaws, and you just like throw it into the wall, and it kind of splashes the large thunk and falls down dead.
Turn, face the other one, and my turn.
All right, Dirty Joe, top of round 6.
All right, I'm gonna smash this guy in the face with my sword.
All right, 24 is going to land. Nice, 7 points of piercing damage. You stab underneath the shield to the right, comes across.
All right, let's go.
And that's my turn.
All right,
Yeah, we got it.
You are being helped, so you can make another attack if you want to crit fish. That's your call.
Wait, what is a crit fish?
It
I've heard
means
bass
you
fish.
you get
Ooh,
advantage.
fish.
You get advantage, so you roll 2d20s, and you could get a chance of a critical, right? You get another. You get another potentially d20 to roll, and that might be a nat 20. Up to you. Okay. No crit there, so we're gonna go and end your turn. Othala, you're up.
Okay, yeah, we're getting things situated. I dust myself off, wipe the blood off my face, put out my hand, and cast Toll the Dead on the middle one again.
Okay.
Great. D12.
It is gonna fail. It takes 1 point of necrotic damage as it comes across.
It all counts. And then I'll just start moving my way over here. 10, 15, 20, 25, right?
Is that it for your turn?
Yeah, that's well.
Ezekiel, you're up.
Nick, continue to work on these people. Kind of nod at Thea, seeing how she just took out that one. Make another attack on this one. Oh, God. Offhand attack.
4 hits. 13 points, Giant Smite. Total of 17 points of bludgeoning damage. You crash down upon this one. You see the shield fall down off of it as it raises its pick up.
Let's do this.
I have like a feral grin on my face.
Weak,
Smash
shieldless,
over here.
raises Warpick towards you to the death. This one fights. 21 is going to hit you, Ezekiel. Ezekiel, you take 7 points of piercing damage as it comes across one of your legs, kind of towards your shin area. Ends turn. Come to this one. Indeed, this one is going to fight to the death. Targets Regmore. Roll to see which one. It's going to look towards you, Regmore, here. 10 is going to be a miss as it rotates, striking once, raising the shield. Zell, you're up.
I'm gonna yell. Zell yells that we should probably take one alive, but don't risk your life to take one alive.
Okay.
Yeah. After that, Zell is gonna kind of like move a bit closer, like right up behind Dirty Joe, and I am also going to send my owl up to Thea now instead. Since
Okay.
okay, that'll be it for my turn.
All right. Thea, you're up. You are being helped. You see the owl land on your shoulders as it flies into the face of the Duergar in front of you.
Is it only helping me if I go for the one that's diagonal to me?
It helps you
Or-
with any. It's helping you with an attack roll, is what I'm assuming. So go for.
'Cause I'm gonna spin around this way and attack this guy
Okay.
with my short sword.
19 is going to hit. That does 5 points of piercing damage to it. Go ahead and tack on your sneak attack. Additional 3 points. Also, I will offer, in case you want to crit fish, like I did with Joe, you can. So you can roll another d20. See if you get a critical. Oh, that was so close. Almost. Okay. I believe nothing happens in this particular effect, right? When they're in the incapacitated state, I don't think they
No, we just continue to make the same.
continues it, yeah. So you see as
Yeah.
you strike into its enlarged, you go towards one of the legs, stomping into the knee and twisting the blade and pulling it out. Continues to kind of move side to side.
And I'm gonna do my offhand attack with my dagger, kind of the same thing.
15 is going to be a miss as you come across with the dagger.
Okay, I'm staying where I am.
All right, sounds good. Come to the one who's staring at butterflies and beautiful things. Gonna roll a save. It's going to be a failure.
13.
13. Yeah, we're not there yet. We haven't gotten above a 10. Regmore, you're
All right, I like it.
Yeah. Regmore, you're up.
Going to fight the one in front of Dirty Joe.
Ah, there we go. Ooh, 24. Nice. All right, 11 points of damage here. It's also going to fail, and it is prone as you're able to grab onto its leg, ripping upwards. It falls down on its backside.
This end of my turn.
All right, round 7. Dirty Joe, you're up.
It is prone, so maybe, I'm not gonna say anything.
Yeah, I'm just gonna smack it as hard as I can. Come here, you ugly son of a bitch.
Nice, 24. That's gonna hit. 5 points of piercing damage, stabbing directly into its abdomen. Puncture. It kind of groans, bleeding profusely from the wound. Seems to be barely alive.
Yeah, I'm good right here.
All right, ending turn. Othal, you're up.
Okay. Try this one more time. Outcast. Would you as just a straight line, or would you do that diagonally as well?
Oh, are you talking about the
Would it-
catapult?
Yeah. Would you count it if it went diagonal, or is it can only be in a straight line?
Are you attempting to hit the 2 targets between Ezekiel and Thea?
Yes.
You can actually hit them both at a straight line from left to right. I can draw it.
Okay. Yeah, I just want to target. So the first one will be to the little guy,
Okay.
and if it misses, it'll go to the second one. And I'm gonna upcast it at second level.
Okay.
There you go.
All right.
That's
it's
better
going to be
dice.
A failure with a 10, 22 points of bludgeoning damage. It takes a large, massive boulder, shoves it directly into its head, decapitates it as it's headless, begins to squirm left and right, and falls down dead.
That's more like it. That's the magic I'm used to. That's the magic.
Ends your turn there, Othala?
Yep.
Okay. Ezekiel, you're up.
Wait, do you have flanking or no?
Flanking is accepted. Yep. You can get into your... if you move to the right, I would say about 10 to 15 feet, you'll probably be in the flanking position. Yeah. Yep.
So here or
Yep,
here?
that's good. Either one.
Hey.
You're large, so you're good.
So I'll move there, kind of getting the flank, and go ahead and make the attack with advantage. If I do drop him to 0, I would like it to be non-lethal and knock him unconscious.
Sounds good.
Oops, forgot to roll advantage.
It's fine. We have
Roll a nice.
26. Let's see. All right. We'll take here. Looks like 16 points of damage total. That is going to knock into an unconscious state. I'm going to go ahead and go to negative health here. I'll put the unconscious up. And with that, we are going to go ahead and end combat as the creature falls down, lumbering, topples downwards.
I think there is still one up, but
Yeah, we're gonna.
Did we just
We're
take
gonna-
them both?
Yep. No, we're gonna end combat. I am aware. So,
Okay, I'm gonna go tie up this guy right here who's prone and near death. I'm
so
gonna
as
go
you
tie him
see
up.
prone near death, holding onto its stomach, one of which is unconscious, falling flat. The one on the ground, holding onto its stomach, drops its shield and its weapon and raises its hand upwards. Mercy! Mercy! As it yells out in common.
And you will get it. Then I just tie him up with like a rope.
Okay. We don't need to make a check for that. So restrained.
And Dirty Joe starts cutting off heads.
Yes, actually.
Bodies.
I'm gonna cast the invisibility and look around to make sure that no sneaks up on us invisible while he is doing it.
You're cutting off heads.
Whoa! We're,
Every head,
Joe.
extra
Of
bonus
dead
cash.
bodies, so we can have proof that we killed him.
I understand that we only got paid for information right now. If we want to get
Yeah.
a contract for bodies, we should go get them.
We should also block off that other entrance that they sent that one guy running down.
Great. Have we tied up the unconscious guy yet? Because he is gonna wake up.
I say this as I'm digging through pockets.
Okay.
I will use my rope to restrain the one that's giant and unconscious.
Okay, so as they're unconscious, it seems as though the actual enlarged thing here seems to subside. So go ahead and reduce the token size as they go down, and then I'll go ahead and tack on restrained as they're unconscious and restrained at this point. One is still conscious, restrained. Othala with see invisibility, you don't see anything around you.
Just keeping it up for an hour, just to make sure.
I'm gonna go try to help anyone if they want to move these big carts to kind of block off the entrance.
Well, I had an idea for that. If you want to, not exert so much strength,
What were you thinking?
was maybe I could just capsize the tunnel and knock down maybe the top level, and then just bring down a barrier of its own. They'll have to dig through gravel to try to get through us.
I mean, yeah, if you have a spell to do that, that would work fine.
Yeah, I'll pick up a bigger rock and cast catapult on that and throw it to the top of the roof of that tunnel, and see if
Okay.
that would do enough damage to knock down some boulders.
Okay. Won't have you roll anything. That's fine. So as you throw catapult outwards directly there, it doesn't seem that this tunnel is supported in any way. There's no pillars or anything that's helping it out. And then it seems to open up in a dramatic fashion coming through here. So you aim for a point that you're kind of imagining some of the different kind of roughness, and you throw the boulder, it kind of cracks and splinters as things happen, and then begins to fall downwards. And you seem that you have a success. I mean, you see this, it's almost impassable at this point. I'm actually going to go ahead and draw a wall as you cannot see through it.
We'll throw it. Cure light wounds on Othala, then to Zell and Ezekiel.
Thank you.
Good.
Is there a problem with this mic?
No, we can hear you.
What?
Oh no, it's because you talked in chat, so I was wondering if there's a mic problem.
No, it's something in the background. I don't need to say. Michael can just read it.
It was in game. That's literally what he said.
Okay.
Yeah, no. So if you ever need to in-game chat, if there's ever anything that you need from me and there's chatter happening between amongst yourselves, you can send it in chat and a bubble will pop up your token. It'll notify me. So what David was doing is just, hey, I end my giant smite, reduce my token size, and I'll do that.
Reginald, I see you handing out magic, but perhaps we can just take a breather here for a bit before you use all of your magic.
We can.
So, advocating for a short rest there, Michael.
Okay, so you all kind of
Yeah.
simmer down, collecting yourselves in a short rest here. I'll go ahead and say, after 30 to an hour, if you're kind of resting, this particular one is still unconscious as the blow was quite difficult. Go ahead, we can walk through how to do short rest. So you can actually click the short rest in utility, and then it'll prompt you for how many hit die you would like to roll. And you'll see you can always click the short rest again if you want to do, your Wanda continues to roll hit die and get that back. You notice that your health will start automatically changing here. And so if you ever need to roll more hit dice, you can always just click that short rest thing again and it should pop up in the same menu.
Yeah, because that I had a problem with
Yeah.
my short rest.
Short rest is just for hit points, right?
It's also for some features. There are classes with features that get back, and sometimes
Arcane recovery.
arcane recovery, yeah, for wizards.
Oh yeah.
Anything for rangers?
You do not,
know what?
I believe,
I'm good.
have. I don't think you have anything right now that would be given back in short rest.
Nice.
I
You're
forget
gonna-
level. I'm sorry.
Arcane recovery back a second spell.
That's what I was gonna ask. We're third level, so do we gain back a second level spell slot, or is there a first level spell slot right now?
You can recover up to 2 levels worth of spell slots.
Okay.
So you can either cover a second level spell slot or 2 first level spell slots, and you can manually do that within your spell.
Actually, 2 first.
Before we get into anything else further, probably going off the short rest. These are restrained before we get into any questioning or whatnot. It's a good time to end the session, the stage. As you all are resting, taking your time, the tunneling happens. No movement, no noise, no anything. One that's restrained has gone silent. The one that has asked for mercy, the other one still unconscious. They haven't said anything, remaining themselves silent and solemn. Nice work, everyone. I do want to say that was a little bit of a situation, I think, at a point there. I think if I rolled higher on the damage rolls, we might be having a different conversation. But I was rolling poor damage rolls as well, and still hitting, and then eventually mine stopped hitting as well. It was crazy.
Yeah, but luck and I think we all came together as a team there at the end. So
Yeah.
good job, everybody.
Yeah.
It's amazing. It was great. I'm glad that we came back out top.
I'm going to go ahead and calculate experience at this point, and you're all free to talk out of character at this point and amongst yourselves, and if you have any questions or anything.
Man,
was
that
gonna
guy better
die.
roll with us well.
I'm sorry. What you guys started at the same time? What'd you say?
No, I hadn't really said anything.
I thought Jay and Lucas had said something at the same time.
Just said I was going to die. I didn't hear what he said either.
I just made an offhand comment. It wasn't really anything important.
Hey, David, what kind of character did you roll?
What do you mean by that?
I guess what class? Are you like a barbarian or something?
A fighter?
Oh, okay.
To be honest, until like just now, I thought he was a monk because he kept using no weapons and just punched death.
Yeah. He's built as an unarmed fighter.
Seems to be working for him.
Rule Night is so good.
So now that we know that Ezekiel can go large form with his ruin, I have a somewhat strategy I want to do to you next time.
Yeah, I know what you want to do, and I'm like super excited for it. Huge Ezekiel.
Huge Ezekiel. Massive. It's actually a giant. So 1,160 experience each. That should put you at 3,193, which brings you up to the next level of level 4, which is what I gave you for your arcane recovery. So you're level 4 at this point. I'm going to go ahead and close out the stream. If you are watching, thanks so much. We really appreciate it. And they all survived and did a wonderful job. They came together. I'm really happy about it. Awesome work, everyone.
Yeah, good job.
All right.
Yeah, group 6.
Till next time.
Group 6.
Six.
Yeah.